We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Die sombren Zelten et zu ite saluda antes hum niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo em a no distância como cupo gipalo zaniman malak guafi e conum nosso guiairi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanny bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa gilo tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Panogi tamoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi toru ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibai isla sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibai isla sin parat todo e tempo e paz para hita dan gini langit na bendition Conchai piligu na fan sofuham Zeus protehis languahon Conchai piligu na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
KUAM FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Put a big smile on my face. walked on through.
you go.
Hello and good morning, everybody.
Good morning on you.
Off today to the Cruz and Kanata family watching from Spanaway, Washington.
Hey.
All right, who else we got here? Jerry Mansipid, good morning from Molesso. Wondering if it's flooded down there, Jerry.
Half a day greetings coming from the Huxon family up in Jigo. You guys stay safe up there.
Hello, Nancy, watching from Georgia.
Oh.
Who else we got here? Good morning from the Bank of Guam, Julia Cruz. Robert Crisosimo, good morning from Ipan, Talafofo, Ipanese, God's country. Good morning.
Hello, Josel, watching from the Philippines.
Eldon says hello and half a day to the Adolfo family up in Derido.
How about JB Munia? Good morning from the Astumbo Fire Station, Astumbo for ya.
Hey!
Is he going golfing today? Hello, everybody, especially to my brother Patrick, watching in Vegas. Taking my mom to her appointment today. Good morning, Mom.
Wow, Nancy Doherty Shurin, good morning, watching from Georgia, USA. Tina Marcus, good morning from the Marcus family in Derido. Eldon, watching from Cebu, Philippines.
Half a day to all of our friends over in Baza Gardens getting up with us this morning. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Baza Gardens.
Hello, Jerry Mansipid, watching from Molesso.
Lou Igisyar, good morning, Toto Marianas. Andy Ardos, good morning, Guam from Jigo. Good morning, Umatic.
Good morning to our dear friend Debbie Davis. Debbie, we hope you are recovering well. We're thinking about you, we're praying about you, and we want to have you on the show real soon. Bardstown, Kentucky is in the house today.
Yeehaw.
Good morning, Maria, watching from San Diego.
I don't think they say yeehaw in Kentucky.
Oh, well, they do now. Betty Ignacio Buenas from Richmond, Virginia.
You know where they say yeehaw? Texas.
Yeehaw.
Hello, Joseph Kanata.
Who else we got here? Sheila Baker, good morning to my favorite news team from the beautiful village of Tamuning.
Hey, Sheila.
Peter John Kimball Jr., half a day from the Bay. Yay.
Hey, Pete.
Gene Camacho, buenas from Piga Machanao. Linda Torres, again!
A shout out to the Marcus family in Derido.
I was just about to say that one. I gotta look for another one now.
Maggie
Reed
Monroe.
just jacked my shout out.
Maggie Monroe Anderson writes, good morning from Mahilo.
Betty Ignacio, what's up from Richmond, Virginia?
Nakayama Walter Gustav, good morning from Tijan, the stomach of Guam.
Lanny Joe Benevente says, good morning from Barragata to Sabrina, Joe Sir, Chris, and Jason. Hashtag love the show, LUV. So you know it's serious there when you say love the show.
143, baby.
I think I missed it. Did you guys say hi to Sheila?
Yes, we did.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Hi, Sheila.
Ken and Annie Balahadia Buenas from Washington. Who else we got here? Chamarita Regis. Condolences to the family of the 49th COVID death. May the perpetual light shine upon him. May he rest in peace.
Amen.
On that note, let's just get this show started then. Christine Oliver, much love, Guam. Much love to you, and thank you for joining us here on The Link. It's The Breeze, 93.9 KUAM FM in Hagatna, Guam on this Palaxi to the Maxi Thursday. Right? It's
Almost
Thursday.
forgot.
I was going to say Wednesday because it's wet. It's the first of the month. Does that mean something still? I don't know.
It's the last quarter of the year.
Yeah, it's the official start of the fiscal year. Let's get fiscal. Let me see your money talk. At 6:22, the show is proudly brought to you by Cowboy Enterprises, First Wine Bank, IT&E, and the Thrive Coalition, where it takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Come on and thrive with us. Good morning on you. Coming up on the show, churches, masses, spiritual services back on for this weekend. So we're going to get Pastor Joe, Pastor Paul on to talk about that big win there for the churches. And then we got our weekly segment, Network of Nurses, where I'll sit down with the GMH telemetry nurse, Tamara Cruz. And then, sadly, 7:15, we're going to speak with the widow of Ren Tamonda, who was a COVID-related fatality, his wife, Davina. And I think a couple of the brothers are going to jump on the stream too to share their story about Ren, who was a customs officer, who, according to the family, was a very healthy guy. And so we wanted to get the family on to kind of share their story. So it's definitely going to be emotional this morning. 8:15, we'll get our friend Sean Gumatautau and Cliff Guzman to come on and talk about this presidential debate. I don't know what was worse, that presidential debate or Carlo Branch versus Tony Atta round 2. That's what I felt like I was watching. And then we'll get Cynthia Cabot and Polly Mike here, as it is Family Violence Awareness Month, and they're still doing their silent witness ceremony this Friday to honor the survivors and the victims of family violence. We'll also get our hospital update from Lillian Posadas, the hospital administrator, and we'll close out the show with some crime news. Sergeant Paul Tapau, the Guam Police Department. That's the link list for this morning at 6:24. We'll get right into the news with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, good morning.
Half a day, everybody. Late last night, the Joint Information Center announced that Guam recorded its 49th COVID-related fatality. The fatality occurred at the Guam Memorial Hospital at 4:16 yesterday afternoon. The patient was a 70-year-old man with underlying health conditions that were compounded by COVID-19. He was admitted to GMH on August 30th and was a known COVID case. As for the latest numbers, out of 387 samples ran through various labs, 45 returned positive. 617 people are actively fighting COVID, while more than 1,800 of our neighbors have recovered. As for hospitalizations, 25 COVID patients are at GMH, 9 are receiving ICU level of care. And with more news, here is Peter Santos.
Hafa, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines. Hafa, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on the link. The latest in the Quarantine Chronicles from the Superior Court as more quarantine travelers continue to be released. And although quarantine protocols have changed again, one question remains unanswered. KUAM's Adriana Cotero reports.
Attorneys are pushing for the answer to an unresolved question. Is the mandatory 14-day quarantine in a GovGuam facility the least restrictive measure for eliminating the spread of the virus? The government stands firm that passenger noncompliance is the cause for the increase of positive COVID-19 tests on Guam. Providing testimony to support this claim, the government has called upon Public Health's head of infection control, Chimama Bakwem, and medical advisor of the governor's physicians advisory group, Dr. Felix Cabrera. And as petitioners pursued their freedom and complaints continuously flooded in against the government, Dr. Cabrera and Mbakwem supported the government's quarantine requirement, having provided data, statistics, and the purpose for passenger quarantine, with both agreeing this plan is in place to further prevent COVID-19 from entering our borders. However, Attorney Jackie Terlahi requests the governor's head of the state surgeon cell, Dr. Michael Cruz, also testify. The court asked Deputy Attorney General James Canto to produce Dr. Cruz before the court, although it seems this request may be illegal, as Canto provides to the court a letter he received from the Guam Army National Guard, stating Colonel Cruz is on active duty under the Department of Defense and would need a DoD directive. Attorney Terlahi then asked the court order Public Health to produce Dr. Cruz, as he is the head of the governor's action response team. Canto responded stating, quote, I strongly oppose the request by counsel to have the court order Public Health break the law. If there's a subpoena Mr. Terlahi wants, she can serve it, unquote. The court has yet to rule on this matter. The petition hearings continue tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
The last 150 inmates and detainees at the Department of Corrections are undergoing COVID-19 testing today. According to DOC Major Anton Uggan, the last testing conducted by Public Health was on September 24th. 209 inmates from Manila were tested, and all results came back negative. Uggan says that the DOC's population is roughly 600, and to date, they remain COVID-free. That's all the news for now. We'll see you all at 6
Thanks,
tonight.
Peter. There could be as much as $3 billion more in federal pandemic assistance for Guam if Congress passes a bill proposed by House Democrats. The biggest pot of proposed relief funding will be for the government of Guam. In a news conference yesterday, Congressman Michael San Nicolas says the local allocation would be $1.17 billion. It can be used for government operations as long as it can be justified as lost revenue from the negative impact of COVID-19. San Nicolas suggests GovGuam could provide a tax holiday for local businesses by reducing the GRT to zero. According to the congressman, the 1,200-page coronavirus relief fund legislation also includes another round of stimulus checks of $1,200 per person and up to $6,000 per household. Continued unemployment assistance, including $600 additional payments backdated to July 31st when the funds known as FPUC ended. He says the bill allocates about $67 million in rental assistance for Guam and $29 million for homeowners. There would also be $364 million for education and $446 million for health care, which he says can be used to help build a new hospital. He says businesses will also get relief through another $300 million for the Paycheck Protection Program. Here's more from that press conference.
I wanted to go back to that 1.17 billion because I think that's very significant. How did you arrive at that number, 1.17 billion?
The package was based on a 9.5 billion to assist territorial governments. And it was based on the, I believe it was a population calculation. And so we received our portion of that based on our size. And that was formulaic based on the HEROES Act. And to my understanding, that formula was maintained based on the original amount of 9.5 billion. So that's our share. The territories are getting, they're all getting their respective share.
Okay, understood. So how would it be paid out? Because I think if I understood you correctly, you were suggesting that perhaps we could give a tax holiday to businesses by zeroing out GRT. But the government, as you know, relies on monthly tax receipts to pay, all of its debts and its payroll and that sort of thing. So would this be a lump sum payment or would it be a monthly payment? How would it be doled out?
It will be $1.17 billion direct deposited into the government of Guam within 30 days of enactment of the act. So we will actually have a full fiscal year plus 10% funded up front within 30 days.
Okay. And can you explain foregone revenues not projected? So what exactly would the government of Guam have to show to the federal government in order to avail of the 1.17 billion?
The 1.17 billion will be fully received. In order to account for its expenditure, they have to fit within those particular categories. And so on the specific one that you're asking for on replace foregone revenues not projected, like let's say, for example, there was a BPT revenue projection or an income tax. Let's use income tax since we don't want to get too confused in mixing them up. Let's say that the income tax projections for FY 2021, we pull those up real quick and we can see, give me 1 second here, GovGuam's FY 2021. We have a GovGuam income tax. So let's say individual income tax was projected at 71 million. If for whatever reason, let's say the unemployment expires on January 31st and the income tax revenues totally fall out because there is still no employment. If those revenues drop below what was projected, excuse me, then those would also count as foregone revenue not projected. So anything less than what we thought we were going to get could be used out of the 1.17 billion.
Okay, and sorry. And finally, just to manage expectations, when do you think Congress will take action on this? Before November 3rd or post election?
Very soon. The negotiations have ramped up significantly last week and this week. It's possible that we will have this thing clear the House before the end of this week, and then the ball will be in the Senate's court. Because, like I mentioned earlier, there is a common ground between the White House and the House. the Senate may find itself in a new position where they're going to have to really come back to the table to get us through in some fashion. So I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic more so than I was back in late July, early August, when the original movements for relief were happening. Things have intensified, especially with the president having to use his executive orders, and with those executive orders, like for example, with the unemployment backstop running out, something needs to happen, and that's going to be an inflection point.
All right, thank you, and I'll defer to my colleagues.
During a press conference held yesterday by Congressman Michael San Nicolas, he announced that there could be as much as $3 billion more in federal pandemic assistance for Guam if Congress passes a bill proposed by House Democrats. The measure must still pass the Senate, and there's no specific timeline for when or if the upper house will act. The two presidential candidates are hitting the campaign trail today, a day after their first messy presidential debate. Natalie Brand reports from the White House.
The first presidential debate was marked by chaos, personal insults, and interruptions, more than 70 of them.
Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just want to make sure.
You're the liar.
The two candidates sparred over health care.
He wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
What is the Trump health care plan?
Right. Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him. I'm cutting drug prices.
They also clashed over the economy and the coronavirus.
People want their schools open. They don't want to be shut down.
You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis.
President Trump denied a New York Times report that he paid only $750 in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017.
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax.
Show us your tax returns.
I went. You'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it.
One of the most striking moments of the debate was President Trump's response when asked if he would condemn white supremacy groups.
Would you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left.
Members of the far-right self-described Western chauvinist group were listening. They quickly added Mr. Trump's words to their logo.
He is refusing to condemn white supremacy. Why is that so hard for the President of the United States?
Well, I think he has. I mean, I've been in press conferences when he has. I mean, I've seen him say it repeatedly. So, you know, he's condemned many white supremacist groups.
President Trump returns to the campaign trail tonight with a rally in Minnesota. Democratic nominee Joe Biden has begun a train tour of Ohio and Pennsylvania, two critical battleground states. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
One day after the Archdiocese of Agana announces it will restart indoor services this weekend, Adelup officially announced the governor is now authorizing indoor religious services to resume. Despite her blessing, a peaceful and prayerful protest was held yesterday at the ITC intersection in Tamuning. Participants held up signs stating, "Free the Mass" and "Free to worship," and "I love my Catholic Church." KUAM has learned that they wanted to make sure the governor hears their message that their faith is essential. 28-year-old John McCord Jr. was arrested for the shooting incident of a vehicle that occurred Tuesday in Tamuning along Governor Carlos Camacho Road. According to GPD spokesperson Paul Tapau, through the course of the investigation, CID detectives and SWAT were able to locate the suspect vehicle and McCord Jr. He was later transported to GPD headquarters and arrested for aggravated assault, reckless conduct, criminal mischief, unlawful discharge of a firearm, possession and use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony, guilt established by complicity, and criminal facilitation. McCord Jr. was booked and confined. And finally, Guam will receive $100,000 from the multi-state settlement with Honda, which the AG's office describes as the largest settlement the island has received as a result of a consumer protection case in recent history. The settlement arose over allegations that Honda hid safety issues related to defects in the frontal airbag systems installed in certain Honda and Acura vehicles sold in the United States. Longtime Honda supplier Takata Corporation designed and manufactured the systems and were first installed in the 2001 model year. The settlement concludes a multi-state investigation into Honda's alleged failure to inform regulators and consumers that the frontal airbags pose a significant risk of rupture, which could cause metal fragments to fly into the passenger compartments of many Honda and Acura vehicles. The ruptures have resulted in at least 14 deaths and over 200 injuries in the United States alone. For more information about this settlement, consumers can call or contact the Consumer Protection Division via email at consumerprotection@oagguam.org or call 475-3324. Stay tuned for more on the link after the break.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Small businesses are an important foundation in our island's growing economy. They provide essential goods and services to our community while preserving local traditions and creating new job opportunities. Your responses to the 2020 Census of Guam will help small businesses receive the information they need to thrive for years to come. Respond today. Together, we can make a difference.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Never gets old. It's like the Grateful Dead of Chamorro music. Southern Comfort, Country Rageous. What's up, you Matic? Wow, so they had their testing, their community mass testing canceled way back in, I want to say, August?
A couple weeks ago, yeah.
But then that was a reschedule of the one that was canceled before it. And so now the makeup date is supposed to be
This Saturday, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. But it's only for 200 people, and it's for the 200 people that pre-registered.
yeah. So
So if you didn't register, then yeah, you don't get to get tested.
you don't get the privilege. Yeah. So I don't know. Anticipating it's rainy season, I feel like we should have some sort of backup plan to the backup plan because the backup plan isn't working. We'll see. Maybe we'll get Mayor Johnny. You know, I mean, like, put up a canopy or something. 644. It's the link of the Breeze 93.9. So there was a pretty interesting chain of events that happened yesterday with the Archdiocese and Archbishop Michael Burns. Burns?
Yes, it's Burns.
Burns.
Not to get confused with Mr. Edward Byrne.
So they came out with this release, and they were basically like, we're going to have indoor masses this weekend. And we're going to do it, and we're going to, jump
Wait,
through
let's
all
listen,
the...
wait.
Okay,
First,
let's
we
start.
had the show, right?
Yeah, okay.
We had the show, and we had pastors and priests on. Was
Yeah.
that Monday?
Yeah,
or
it was
Tuesday?
Monday. Yeah, I think it was Monday.
And
Was it
then
Monday?
later on that afternoon, the Archdiocese came out with the press release that we're going to hold indoor masses services starting this weekend.
Yeah.
Then the day after,
Adelup came out, and
they gave their blessing.
well, no, first they came out and they said, oh, we're good. There's a, it's a significant,
Cluster,
it's a
yeah.
cluster hotbed. But then they came out with another release saying that,
That effective Saturday, religious services can be held. But then there was that one sentence that the Archdiocese of Vigania was notified of this consideration days ago.
yeah, it's just petty. It's just, to me, it's just so freaking petty. God, I don't get it. It's like, it's almost like the governor just needs to be the one to make the decision for whatever reason.
Because she's the governor.
I know. but it's like, you do this false PCOR 1 with all this haphazard reopenings that make no sense to anybody. And then when people react to it, your reaction is to be like, oh, well, you knew we were considering this days ago. I just don't get it. I really don't get it. But I love that the churches and the pastors came on, spoke their minds, spoke their hearts, and things happened pretty fast after that. Yeah. And so we definitely want to get, we had Polly Mike on yesterday. So we want to get Pastor Joe of Calvary and Pastor Paul of St. Paul back on to kind of, let's wrap this up. You know what I mean? We made some demands. I want to say we made some demands here on the show, and we got what we wanted, right? So good morning, Pastor Joe and Pastor Paul. In the
Hey,
KUN
good morning.
News. Good morning, morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Wow, so I see you guys have the same barber.
There you go. Hey, so on our last our meeting together, my sound actually wasn't working right. And so when you were cracking that joke, I was like, what is it? I just couldn't, I didn't catch it at all. So now I realized when I went back and watched it, I'm like, this man.
Hey, comedy rule, it's always better the second time.
Yeah. You didn't get the memo, man. You got to shave it.
So, guys, pastors, let's start with Pastor Paul. You when you saw this release, what was your reaction? And then if you could just walk us back to some of the response you got after coming on the link and all the way to when we got the announcement that you guys would be allowed to pray inside thanks to the blessing from the Most High Governor of Guam.
Yeah, it was, well, we had a sense it was going to come along, right? Just by talking to different people. So we kind of knew something was going to change. But like you were saying earlier, it just seems so confusing, right? You can open up stores and you can't go to church. I mean, it's just back and forth for everybody. But I am glad that she went ahead and made it. No matter how it went, I think she made the right decision. And so we're happy to do that. And, we're going to take a look and try to make sure that we open up safely.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, after that show, I was getting a lot of calls from a lot of people saying, hey, are we going to open? What's the plan moving forward? And so we actually had a sense that something else was coming up on the horizon.
Before we go to Pastor Joe, we just have an announcement from the Guam Police Department. Units are on the scene along Route 15, the back road to Anderson by GPA, the Gloria Nelson building. There's a 3-car crash. All lanes of travel are closed to allow officers and medics to attend to everybody that's involved with this crash. People can expect delays. Motorists will not be permitted to travel along the scene. So you were advised to take alternate routes. Again, this is the back road to Anderson, Route 15 by the GPA Gloria Nelson building. There is a 3-car crash. Find another way to get around the situation. Okay. Pastor Joe?
Yeah, hey, praying for, man, just be, man, just thinking about the first responders and the families that are there. So we'll be praying for them in between that with what you just announced. Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like we said, it's you can say confusing from the get-go. I agree with Brother Paul. It's been confusing, but I don't know if I'm not mistaken. So I didn't get to read it because my wife had pointed out something kind of later last night before we were going to bed that she put out another statement. I believe our governor put out another statement. I think it was just a few hours ago before the end of the evening. And that, in a sense, she recanted. I think from what we understand, she was saying that, I just want to clarify, churches do not have the go to open again. So that was the last thing we were reading, and I was so tired. I said, I'm gonna just, deal with it when it comes. Does anyone see that? I know they said that they already had
I didn't
told the
receive anything.
archdiocese.
I know that the only thing we got was from Crystal Paco, and that was no, I didn't get anything.
You have that, Pastor Joe? You can send it over to me if the
Yeah, I wish I did. I didn't. It was late last night when I started to read it, but I was just had a long day, so I didn't get to really check it out. But I just didn't know if you guys had something different, because I was hearing something different. Like there was another notice that came out just to clarify that she's not giving the okay just yet. But you know what I mean, something like that. So
Well,
I didn't know if that was like another wrench.
All we got was the one that was released yesterday at 12. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 12:01 yesterday in the afternoon, that it was authorized, and they were still waiting for the public health guidance, which has not come out yet. But we didn't get anything else
So
other than that.
even better then, I guess, right?
I guess, but
So,
I wouldn't even be surprised at this point. So yeah, we'll look out for that.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. So I wouldn't be surprised either. But in either case, so yeah, it's. And I also want to say, I guess, even partially because I know people have been praying, people have been writing letters, officials have been writing letters, and that's been the blessing. That I know this show, when we did that show, it went out, and a lot of people had just positive comments. So I know the show we did on Monday had a lot to do, I believe, and it was seemed productive. And so then now it seems like we have a go on the 3rd, if nothing changed up. So I count it as a blessing, and praise the Lord for that. I'm glad that we got the green light in that sense. And honestly, and I say this, I don't mean like disrespect, but we really weren't waiting on it, just for the record, you know what I mean? Because we feel like, man, we've already got to that point where we realized that it's do more damage to close the doors of the church, if you will, and the gathering and stop being open for the public and the community. But I am glad if this is what's really happening and nothing's changing up. I am glad. I'm going to count this as God's grace and a blessing that the church can officially open up now.
Amen.
So you guys plan on opening or holding services this weekend? And if so, tell me about what protocols you'll have in place.
Pastor Paul?
Well, I don't think we're going to open up this Sunday, because I think further down we got to make sure we go back and disinfect everything and make sure our protocols are in place. So we're probably going to open up the following Sunday. And I think, we have learned from the last time they locked down and opened up how to deal with it. And so some of the protocols that we did have in place, we told those who had the high risk area not to come if you're not feeling sick. I mean, pretty much the same guidelines. We checked temperatures, we disinfected, and then you had to RSVP if you were going to come to church, right? So that way we had set up the sanctuary. We knew how much the capacity was going to be able to handle. And then we separated you with your family, so you weren't, you're more than 6 feet away from each other. And then, of course, you had to wear a mask, and then you had to leave right after the service over. So there wasn't any, hugging or kissing. And that was difficult for a lot of people because, a lot of people just want to see each other. And I think that's the thing about the churches. Everyone was just locked down, and there's a need for community. And so, and a lot of people, and that the spiritual side is just as important or more important than the physical side. And so that was a lot of the calls I was getting was that, spiritually, we need this more than what their concern was as far as on the physical side. So I think we're going to continue to do that, Samir. And I think we had those protocols in place, and we didn't really have any problems the first time we opened. So that's the plan moving forward.
Pastor Joe?
Yeah, actually the same. We already had protocols in place even during the first lockdown, and then and so we're basically going to do the same thing. We basically gave just acknowledgement. We just really advised those who were considered the high risk margin, those who are older, and especially those with comorbidities, to please, if it's possibly better for you, stay home. We're still going to do the live stream, and you'll be able to watch it there, Facebook, stuff like that. For those pregnant moms, and then for those who have compromised immune systems. And so we did the same thing. We had hand sanitizers all over the place, and we had, I think in the last, I think you guys had a show with public health, them coming on board and saying that when they came in, and but for the record, if you come in, actually we haven't changed anything from the last time we had service inside. All the chairs are still the same. We actually have them marked out 6 feet rows. Everyone that comes to Calvary knows that. You come in there, you know what I'm saying? So they'll hold me accountable for that. So just for the record, yeah, everything has been in place as far as we wear masks when they come in. At that time, though, when they come in, we were kind of adopting the way I guess you can say the way the restaurants were doing it. When they come in, they would be grouped and sat with their family 6 feet apart. And then when they sit down, they could take off their masks within their bubble, within their own families. We may change it up because, if we're saying it's going to get a little more serious, but that's actually what we're doing. We plan on doing the same thing, but we'll see what public health does now with the new guidance. We'll just see what we can do.
I did want to follow up on this press release from the governor's office regarding the resumption of religious services, because there was a part in here where it states that contact tracing from March through August indicates that places of worship not particular to a single denomination experienced a significant number of COVID clusters. And that was one of the reasons why we saw the discontinuation of indoor services. And so did you guys have any sort of significant cluster in your respective facilities? Because we heard from the Archdiocese, and they basically are like, well, show us the data. Let us know where so we can prepare our priests and things like that.
Yeah, we did not. I mean, we were open for, right when they opened up, said churches could be open. We did not have any at all. And we were checking all the time. And so, again, I hear that a lot, but I guess they're not identifying what churches. But everyone I've talked to in our circle, none of the churches that within our group has experienced that at all. So. Right. I haven't seen the data.
Pastor Joe?
Right. Yeah. As far as we know, not one. In fact, we kind of put out a regular just notice to the people that are watching and that are coming to Calvary, or, because there's a lot of things out there about Calvary Chapel that's been pretty interesting lately. We have had not, as far as we know, nothing has come back to us. We have had not one positive case that we know of in Calvary for coronavirus. And I say it is interesting because I will put this out. It's crazy because we've had several, I think about 4 or 5 people now have actually come back and told us, I think it was AMC, the clinic up there, that part of their I think it was like the pre-checkup questionnaires was, do you go to Calvary? Have you been in contact with anyone from Calvary, as if like we're a crazy cluster? If we don't know about it. We really do not. The government has never told us anything. We have no contact tracing that has been brought back to us as far as we know. And so it's kind of crazy though how they're asking. That's part of that's like their standard question right now as far as we know. But no, the answer to that is, as of right now, 0. I'm not saying it's not impossible, but 0 as far as we know.
Yeah, we had Dr. Ho on yesterday, and he said it was about 40 cases that were connected with churches, and so, I mean, I don't know, 40. We'll see. I wanted to get a reaction from you guys, though, because I had heard some things about Victory Chapel, and we see a media report here that Pastor Glenn Cluck of Victory Chapel passed from COVID. So did you guys have a reaction for that? Were you guys familiar with Pastor Cluck?
Yeah, I was very good friends with him, and I'm saddened to hear that. I know when he was in the hospital, our church were praying for him, and so yeah, we're very close. I'm very close to him, and my father's been very close to him when he first got on the island. And so the only thing I can say is to, send out my condolences and our prayers and to him and his family and his church. And I'm hoping, the rest of his family recover. So that was a tough one for me.
Pastor Joe?
Yeah, honestly, I did not know him personally, but he's a brother in Christ. And so when I did hear about that, my heart was broken for sure for the family. And so we have been praying this morning. I took time and just to pray for their family. And if there's ways that we can actually reach out and love on them, we want to be able to do that. Love is an action word. And so, it is heartbreaking. But I also want to just say this just in case that, maybe it becomes a thought of someone's mind that look what can happen when you open up and when you gather and none of us are exempt, man. The reality is none of us are exempt. It is very possible that any one of us can get sick. But honestly, it stirs my heart up even more. It reminds us that we are as well, just as we look at the frontliners in the medical community and other areas, we pray for them and we hope that none of them get sick, and we understand that they do a great duty. But I see the church in that same way, and those who minister, we're not exempt from it. And I do believe we are on the frontliners as well, and those are the risks. But because we love the Lord and we want to minister, we're willing to take that risk. The best do it safe as well we can. But I know he was serving the Lord, and so my condolences as well to the family.
Thank you.
When you guys reopened, was it about a month ago when we weren't in PCOR 1? When you guys reopened, did you see a drop in the number of people attending your services because people were still kind of scared to venture out?
Well, I don't know if it's a drop. It's kind of tough to tell because we were limited in our seating.
Oh, I see.
And so because of the capacity, we said we can only take so many. But every Sunday that was filled. In fact, we had a wait list. And then we also told the ones who were at high risk to stay home as well. The one thing, and I think I pointed out the last time, other good stuff has come out of this as well, and I don't want to gloss over that.
Yeah.
Is that we had to get better, like I was talking about. Our online had to get better, and that has actually increased. So you see a number of views, a number of people sharing it throughout the island as well as off island. So our reach has gotten better, and our multimedia team has done a fantastic job in getting us to a better quality as far as our presentation and getting that out. But that just goes to show you how much people need the spiritual side, right? That even though they can't come live, they're willing to log in at all hours of the day in order to get that spiritual feeding. So I'm not sure as far as numbers because we are limited in our capacity, but I know we always had a wait list every Sunday. In fact, people were trying to call me, try to circumvent the procedure. Hey, can you just fit me in? And I was like, hey, man. You had to go through the right protocol.
Come on, Pastor Paul, get me in, man. Get me in. I'm coming through the back.
Yeah, you know how that goes, right? But there was a wait list to go in, and then we told some of our leaders to stay home so that they would have at least open seats for those who wanted to come in. So,
Pastor Joe.
Yeah, I was on the same. Honestly, we were surprised at how many people still came out, wanted to come out. No doubt there's a lot of fear that's in the air because of things that are being pushed out, and we do have to be genuinely concerned. But I'm just going to be honest, man, a lot of the people that came out to the church, they were just ready. They were ready, not because they wanted to be irresponsible or anything, but they just saw the need to be able to come out and fellowship and just be amongst the other people. And so, it was, we always had a full Sunday, if you will, but we still did it to the best of our ability to make sure the seating was right, and just try to respect the mandates. In that sense, but we didn't see a decline. I can't remember seeing a decline. It was people were hungry and ready to come out. The Spirit of God is moving in an interesting way, and man, you could sense it and you can see it. But I do want to echo what Brother Paul said. One of the blessings also, we were counting the blessing for sure, is that we got better in our media and being able to, you know what I mean? Like reach more that would not be able to physically come in.
Right.
So that's a blessing. We don't ever want to take that away. We just still also, we believe that it won't take the place of the actual gathering, but it is a blessing to be able to reach out even more.
Silver linings, right?
What was that?
Silver linings of this gray era.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pastors, before we let you go, I wanted to know if you could lead us in a short prayer, because I feel like, I don't know. I feel like there's some divine things in motion from when we met and we, broke bread on this show, and things just happened, pretty quickly. And I think it was for a reason. So if you could, I don't know who wants to lead and who's going to jump in or.
Yeah, Brother Joe, if you want to lead in prayer, man, I'll support you, man.
Okay, praise the Lord, man. Let's do it. Let's bow our hearts. Let's bow our heads to the Lord. Father, we want to thank you so much for your amazing grace. We thank you for your love toward us, Lord. And the Bible makes it clear that in Romans 8, Lord, you say that you demonstrated that great love for us, and that while we were still sinners, we weren't even chasing after you, Lord. The Bible says Christ died on the cross for our sin. And so we want to thank you for your amazing grace and your love toward us. And so we just want to pray, Lord. We pray for our island, that, Lord, you would just have mercy and have grace upon the island of Guam. We pray that more hearts will be turned to you. We pray for less division on the island. And we pray ultimately, Lord, that you would be glorified, Lord, and that your presence would be just made known. And Guam would be an island that truly loves you and worships you and honors you. And so we just want to continue to pray for all the frontliners and all those who are truly just out there doing their part and even going above and beyond that. Lord, protect them, guide them, Lord. And give them just wisdom and discernment in all they do. We pray for those who are even sick right now with the coronavirus. Lord, we ask that you would just touch them in a supernatural way and that you would show them that you are with them, you love them. Pray for the families as well, Lord, who have lost loved ones. We pray that you would just comfort them where they're at, draw them to you. We pray they won't run from you, but be drawn to you. And we just pray, Lord, for the leadership of our entire island, that, Lord, we would do things that are honorable and really, truly good for the people of Guam. So give them wisdom and discernment, Lord. We want just wisdom for our leadership here on the island. Thank you again for all that you are doing. We pray that more people, Lord, will be drawn into the kingdom of God through this. And I do also want to just ask for a special blessing and prayer over KUAM, over our brother Chris and Sabrina, Lord. Thank you for the work they do. We pray you bless their show and that through their show, more great information, good things will come out of it, Lord, and people, Lord, would just come together through this, and again, that we will just work together as an island. We love you. We thank you. And lastly, Lord, I want to thank you especially that we have the good news in the midst of all the darkness, Lord, that is going on. We have the good news, the gospel of Jesus Christ, that says you died on the cross for our sin 2,000 years ago, but you rose again on the third day, and you are alive and well, and the dead God cannot do nothing. So the tomb is empty. You are alive and well, Lord. And so we ask, Lord, as your word says, you offer life and life more abundant and peace. You're the Prince of it. So we pray that people will come to know you even now in the darkness and in the times that we're living in, that they would trust in you, believe in you, and Lord, have the peace that you offer all. May people believe in Jesus Christ. We love you and thank you. And it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Yeah.
Amen.
Hallelujah. Thank you, Pastor Joe.
Thank you.
Well, we love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Paul. God bless you guys, and thanks for
Thank
leading
you
us
so
in prayer.
much.
Amen.
Good luck.
Brother Paul,
See you guys.
bless you. Keep doing the work of the Lord.
Yeah, you too, brother.
Okay.
All right, we'll see you guys.
Okay.
Bye.
Hey, message me your barber's number. All right. Hey, 705. Good news, man. That's great. Good morning. It's the first of the month, October, and it is a wet one. As Bree said, we have a report of a bad accident on Back Road to Anderson, right around Fadian and the GPA, GWA.
3-car collision. The road's blocked off. Please take an alternate route. And no matter where you are, if you're on the road, you know, it is raining outside, so please drive carefully.
All right. We'll take a quick break and come back with more of The Link on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
Learn more. GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Battling COVID-19 is an unprecedented global challenge. To get communities around the world back up and running as quickly and safely as possible, public health authorities are building smartphone apps to help with contact tracing. Contact tracing is one of the best ways to stop a virus from spreading. It can take thousands of disease investigators to alert everyone who's been in contact with people who've tested positive. But even if disease investigators do their jobs perfectly, alerting the people a COVID patient doesn't know or can't remember is incredibly difficult. Smartphone apps that public health authorities build can help people at risk of infection get notified much more quickly. But a contact tracing app works best when more people download it. And being asked to download an app without knowing how it will handle your personal information might cause people to worry about their privacy, and they may not feel safe participating. That's why engineers at Apple and Google have been working together to make public health technology that protects individual privacy, so that people never have to choose between their privacy and the health and safety of their community. You're probably wondering what that means and how that all works, and we're going to walk you through it in a second, but first let's be really clear about a couple things. First, apps using this system cannot track your location. And second, this system does not share your identity with Google, Apple, or other users. Here's how that works. For every phone that's opted in, our technology disguises your identity by generating a random sequence of numbers that change every few minutes. Then, using Bluetooth, anytime your phone detects another phone close by that's also opted in, the two exchange those random numbers. If in the future someone's positive for COVID-19, they can report that positive result in their app. Any phones that had exchanged random numbers in the last 14 days will receive a notification that they may have been exposed to COVID-19 without revealing their identity. Public health authorities can then help anyone at risk get testing and treatment. But it's up to all of us to help with contact tracing. Do your part and look for your public health authority app that uses this exposure notifications system. The more people who participate, the sooner we can beat COVID-19 and get our communities back on their feet.
Coming up, we'll talk about the aftermath of last night's contentious and chaotic presidential debate. Plus, go inside a fighter cockpit to find out how augmented reality helps our pilots soar through the skies safely. Coming up on CBS This Morning.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Garcia, 7-Eleven on The Link. It's The Breeze, 93.9 and Talon. Please watch the road out there on this first day of October. Jason Solis.
Yeah, Hafaday and good morning, everybody. You know, throughout this second wave of coronavirus, you know, it's been so much more. I don't want to say so much more, and you know, I'm really trying to pick my words carefully and everything, because when the islands 5 days ago, the 41st person in our tightly knit island community to pass away from COVID. Every single death that we have had is important. Everyone is beloved. You know, we're all one family here on Guam. This one hit me particularly hard because the 41st person was a classmate of mine. He's also the younger and older brother of two friends. Richard Tamunda is someone who is a couple years older than myself and my classmates in high school. He was a teammate of mine when we both played for PIVA. the Pacific Islanders Volleyball Association. You know, he was my opposite, which means, you know, we played the same position. We've got that kinship, and, you know, like, you know, Rich and I are super, super close. His brother Ray, I also play with him too. But Renee, the late Renee, and it's still, you know, I've been doing this 20 years. I'm struggling for words right now, but I mean, it's my class at Sanchez, you know, we're this little tiny little school up in Jigo, and everybody that graduated from the class of 92, we're all close, like most high school classes are. We were all shocked because the character of Ren, as we're going to tell you in this, you know, in this next interview with his now widow and his younger brother Ray. Ren was always like an immensely hard worker, really, really good guy. I've like I said, I've known the family. They're very, very humble people, God-fearing, good character people. You know, a good family from Jigo, and so so this one was particularly painful for me. So in the KUAM News Zoom room right now, and you know, we want to make this about, you know, remembering Ren. For those of us who had the pleasure of knowing him and calling him friend or relative, colleague even. So let's go ahead and bring in Divina Leonos Tamunda. Divina Hafide, and thank you for joining us. And I can't even imagine, you know, the time I've talked to, you know, your brother-in-law Rich. I've messaged Ray a couple times. And Ray, good morning, man.
Morning.
Good morning again. In the KUAM News Zoom room, we have Divina Leonos Tamanda, the widow of Renee Tamanda, and the brother Ray. Good morning, and just first of all, right off the bat, our deepest and most sincere condolences coming from the Link and the KUAM family.
Yes.
We've heard so much about Renee, we can't even really begin to understand the tragic loss that you're living through right now.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having us on a show today. You know, it's been a roller coaster this past few days and past couple of weeks that, you know, Renee was, of course, at the ICU, and it's been really hard.
It has, and we've heard that he was a really healthy guy, a spear fisherman, looking over your Facebook and just talking with Jay and everybody. And again, we just can't really make sense of this. So if you could just take us back to the beginning when your late husband was exposed to the virus, and then walk us through what that ordeal was like for you and your family.
Yeah, and so a couple of weeks ago, like in the beginning parts of September, I know they've been really busy at work, and he would come home, you know, tired, but still always excited to share how his day went. That's just how he is. Mm-hmm. He was very proud to serve and to protect as a customs officer, and he did his job with integrity, and he never complained. He was, I mean, he came home really tired, and he never complained. He did his job because he knew that it was important. He just, everything he did was, you know, for others, and that's just his personality, that's his character, you know. But yeah, so he came home really tired the week before he was admitted, and you know, all he kept saying was, "Oh, I'm fine. We just had a rough day at work. You know, we had a lot of things to do today." And you know, I believe them because I know that, you know, they do work really hard. And so that was on a Monday. You know, as the days go by, he was coughing and started to feel symptoms like, it started with a cough and body ache. Then eventually he started to have a low-grade fever. And then he started to complain about having diarrhea. And then I started to get really worried because I'm like, oh my gosh, those symptoms sound very, familiar with all the news being shared. And, I always follow just so I'm aware of what to look for in my family. And so I think that was like the third day. The fourth, on a Thursday, all of those symptoms, plus I started to notice he started to come home really extra tired. And so we talked about, how he was feeling and stuff, and he doesn't like to go to the doctor. He hates needles, and he never got sick. And so, and also too, he didn't want me to worry about anything. So I think that's why he didn't really tell me what he was truly feeling during those days. And so I finally was able to convince him that Saturday to get screened. So we both went, and we received our results in like 2 days, and we both tested positive. And so, my symptoms weren't as severe as Ren, and we both really tried to, mainly me, because he was just really weak and didn't have much energy, tried to really care for him because he needed it more, right? And so it was Tuesday morning on the 8th, I woke up because I could hear him like gasping for air. And so I woke him up, and he woke up and he said, "I'm okay. I'm just really congested and my nose is stuffy and I can't breathe. I'm okay." And so I stayed up. That might have been like 3:30 a.m. And so I stayed up with him just to kind of watch him some more. And he calmed down and was able to go back to sleep. And all of a sudden, again, he started gasping for air. And I looked at his face, and he just didn't look good. And so I told him that I was going to call an ambulance, and he refused. He still, even at that time, knowing that, he refused, and I didn't understand. I was really upset with him. And so I got mad, and then he says, "Okay, you can take me to the fire station." And so I said, okay. So we drove quickly to the Jigo fire station. And sure enough, his oxygen levels weren't good. And so they transported him. And that was the last time that I was with him physically. I was able to do a video call with him while at GRMC, but that following morning, he was already intubated and sedated, and that was the last time that I actually saw him awake, and here we are.
I'm really just at a loss of words.
Yeah. Let's bring Ray on. Could we bring Ray on? Good morning, Ray.
Morning.
Can we? How long was he a customs officer? How long was he a customs officer? Because we do have a message from Guam Customs.
About 7 years.
7 years.
Almost 7 years.
Right. Yeah. The customs, Guam Customs in quarantine. They say the passing of one of our own due to COVID-19 strengthens our desire to protect and defend our community. We will not be overrun, and we will not falter. Please pray for us and with us as we continue to mourn the loss of one of our own, and persevere through fatigue, stress, and round-the-clock border protection for the security of Guam. Was Ren assigned to the Port Authority?
Oh yes, he was assigned to the port.
Okay. And how are you doing, Davina? Because you said that you had tested positive. Are you clear already?
Yeah, so I've been cleared. Almost 2 weeks already. I've been cleared. So, just knowing that I was also positive, I kind of had that mindset like, oh my gosh, my husband is in the ICU and, he's really, really sick. And although I was, sad and upset that I wasn't able to, that I couldn't be able, be there beside him to comfort him or to help him in any way. I thought about our kids and he wouldn't want me to, like get any worse or whatnot and not be able to care for them. So I tried really hard to make sure that, I beat it, and which I did, I thank God. And now that I think about it, I think he was, he made sure that I was okay. And so he probably sacrificed himself.
How are the kids holding up?
They miss their dad a lot. But they've always been close, but closer more than ever now. And so I don't know. I think they're good so far. I mean, we have so many family and friends who have been with us this whole time, and all that outpouring of love and support has really helped us a lot, and we're very grateful that we have them. So,
Davina, when your husband was sedated and intubated, and you told us that was the last time that you saw him awake, when he went into the hospital, did you have any idea that it would end like this? Were you hopeful?
I wasn't allowed to go to the hospital. I was at home. And so we communicated through his first days. I'm sorry, excuse me. So while at GRMC, when he was still, when he wasn't sedated yet, I would communicate with the nurse and they would provide me with updates. And so I sent him a text message and I told him that I was going to call him, just to check how he was doing, and knowing that he was on the CPAP. And so, and I knew that his oxygen levels weren't so good and that he needed that machine. And so I texted him and I said that, I'm going to call you, but not to have a conversation, but I just want to see your face and see that you're okay. And so he said, okay. And I called and, he was, he had the machine on his face. And as a matter of fact, he was the one who was kind of rushing to get me off the phone. And, he never wanted me to worry about anything. And I'm sure he knew that just by me seeing him in that condition, he's like, okay now, okay, I'm fine. And so I said, okay, make sure that you fight hard and we're here waiting for you. So, that's okay.
Every time the releases come out, it's really dreadful because a lot of the times it's all we get is the number. 47th person died of COVID, 48th, 49th. And I'm just hoping, maybe just for a few minutes, we can celebrate Ren's life and maybe share with people the type of person he was. Because he was more than just a number. He was a husband. He was a
Yeah.
father. He was a brother.
So, I mean, he had so many friends. He loved to go fishing. He had a numerous fishing buddies that he would talk about all the time. As a matter of fact, we have a room here filled with his gear, and I used to tease him about it because it was taking up so much space in that room, and I would tell him that I would put it on Facebook for sale, and he's like, no, anything but my gear, no. And so he loved to fish. He loved volleyball. He loved riding bikes. As a matter of fact, he started, he bought a bike and with Ray, whenever Ren was available, didn't have work, they would ride. And so, like he helped, like at work, he would cover people who needed a certain day off to do whatever. He didn't even think about it. He'll be like, oh, babe, I actually work on Wednesday because I swap days. So-and-so needed to go do this and do that and stuff like that. And he was always around for anybody. He did anything for anybody, and he never even thought about himself. He was always last. He had so many projects. A couple years ago, he says, oh, babe, I want to build an oven, right? We were preparing for our daughter's Sweet 16. Mm-hmm. And I was like, an oven? What are you going to do with an oven? And then he goes, well, like we can put some chicken in there and we can roast a pig in there. And that way it's easy on preparation. And so he worked really hard on that oven. And then he has one unfinished project here, a smoker, because, he loves chicken. And so, when he has a craving for it, he would ask me to make some for him. And he would always want to barbecue the chicken. So nobody was allowed to touch the chicken because he says nobody could barbecue the chicken right. And so now I walk past that unfinished smoker, I look at it and I said, oh, babe, so who's going to barbecue the chicken for the Kelaguen? And so, for his nieces, his nephews, for our kids, family, he was always second. Everyone was first. When work called, when his phone rang, he'll be like, oh, it's work. And then he'll be like, okay, babe, I'll be back. I need to do 2 hours or I need to do 3 hours. I'm like, what? You're off today? And he's like, yeah, but they're short and they need people to cover this and that. And so I'm going to go in. So he was really hardworking man. He was so proud to be a customs officer. I remember the day of his graduation from the cycle, and he was just, really, really proud. I mean, like he would, even at home, like when I watch him prepare his uniform, he was very careful about, the placement of all his pins and stuff like that, the way he polished his shoes. He's,
Sounds like a good man.
He was good man.
Oh, Davina, this is Jason. I mean, I can absolutely speak to the quality of your husband's work ethic, and and all three of the Tamunda brothers. A real quick story I want to share is, when you and I were emailing each other, I said I wanted to share something with you, but our senior year, when we were getting ready for homecoming, Ren was never one to, he said he never wanted to run for class president. He wasn't into student government. He's like, no, that's not my thing. I've got sports. But when it came to building the float that we used, he was the first one that showed up at our classmate Vince Dela Cruz's house, and he stayed there for 4 straight days. Anytime you saw him, he was wearing the exact same thing. He goes, I'm going to do this until the job is done. And what you said about his attention
Yeah.
to detail, every nail had to be exactly correct, every measurement. I mean, he was always walking around. He had 3 nails in his mouth, and he had the hammer in his hand, and he built our float. And we're hey, Red, let's go to homecoming now. He's I don't know if I want to watch the game anymore. But I mean, he loved to build and he loved to create. He was a man that was incredibly good with his hands. But what he also was, and what we also referred to him, is he was Rich's little brother and Ray's older brother. And I'd like to bring in Ray into the call right now. And Ray, I know, because I know the three of you. I've had the pleasure of knowing you guys for almost 30 years now. The bond between the three of you is so strong. Rich is 2 years older than Ren. Ren's 3 years older than you. Talk about the unique bond that the three of you have always had as brothers. Because brothers' love is immeasurable.
Growing up, man, we always my mom bought not just one, not two. It had to be three. Three of the same kind, because we're all the same. Yeah, we would, have our small arguments, but we would always look up to my brother Rich, and then if Rich is not there, Ren will always come by. Just growing up, man, we had some crazy stories just growing up, from playing games out at our grandpa's house, hanging out at our grandpa's house. One thing that we were growing up is us three of the Tamanda boys, we had to learn how to kill pig. And since my grandfather started getting old, Ren stood up and took charge. He was in charge of stabbing the pig, castrating the nut.
Yep.
And from everything, doing the roasting pig, nobody won't interrupt. He would be the one sewing up the pig. From everything from what our grandfather taught us. And yeah, like basically what Davina said, he would always put everyone first before him. When I would come home from work, he'll be feeding us chickens. And then every time I hear his phone ringing, I would yell in the jungle. I said, Ren, telephone. He'll run to the phone. He don't even say hello. He'll just say, okay, 10-7, or whatever code that is.
Mm-hmm.
And then he says, oh, man, I got to go do some hours. And he'll just say, oh, I got to go. The last time I saw him was, man, I don't even know, because I saved my mom and dad. So every time I know he's always tired, but at the same time, he'll never, ever forget to feed his chickens.
Yep,
His
that's
chickens
absolutely Ren. It's about the chickens.
Yeah. Well, my older brother Rich told me that when he was in the hospital, I guess his friend texted my brother, and he mentioned, out of everything, not even check the family, check the kids, he said, make sure they feed my chickens. Until this day, man, I've never seen so many chickens, and chickens rice sack go down within 2 days, and that's like $30 a case or a sack. But yeah, Ren did everything. Actually, I followed him when he started biking. He did cycling, mountain biking, swimming. He did swim, bike, run, spearfishing. We looked up to him for spearfishing because we couldn't dive as deep as he can, and we always got the smaller fish. But when we were growing up in my grandfather's house, we would fix cars. And in return, he'll come home fishing and he'll just give it to us and we'll just cook it. Never sold anything, gave it away. But yeah, all those pictures I've been posting on Facebook, I was a photographer.
Well, Ray, let me ask you, because, and it's interesting how you and your two brothers, you guys, professionally, you guys have taken 3 different career paths. Your older brother Rich has gone into healthcare and education. Ren was, law enforcement, and he was a sportsman. He was an outdoor enthusiast and everything. And you got into automotive technology and everything. But despite the fact that working, you guys did 3 completely different disciplines. you all share the same character, you know, the same heart, obviously the same blood. How do you want to carry on your brother's legacy, and let people know, let everybody know that you meet from now on, like, who Ren was?
Oh man, my brother was down to earth. Like I said, I barbecue myself a lot, but I can never cook that chicken as good as he can because I hate cooking chicken. Me and my brother and my brother Rob, we're still gonna finish his smoker for him. He still has a lot of projects to do. We're gonna fulfill that. One of his goals was also to fix up his truck. At the same time, since I work for Toyota, I asked some of my friends, you know, they know my brother too, because they always know him by, his blue truck. Yeah, well, Ren will always be remembered, gone but never forgotten. His legacy will still be on. Like I said, me and my brother and our other friends, we will still fulfill his needs.
Davina, if we could go back, and I know that you told us that you called Ray to see if he was okay. At what point did you know that he wasn't going to get better? And what was it like were you able to say goodbye to your husband?
Actually, Friday morning, I received a call from the nurse, and they were trying to get my permission to give him, some blood. His hemoglobin levels were low, and so they needed consent. And I said, okay, whatever my husband needs, please just give him what he needs, because we need him to get better. And she says, okay. And a few hours later, I receive a call from the doctor saying that one of his lungs had already collapsed. And so at that point, I was so desperate. I said, what are you doing for him right now? And she explained, and I said, well, isn't there anything else that you can do? I said, do more. What can you do? You know, and the doctor was, of course, trying to calm me down. And she said that he was on the best machines, all the machines that everything that he needed, he has right now. And that the only thing that they could help him with is just to keep him as comfortable as possible. And I was like, what are you talking about? I was just in disbelief, because days before that, every time I would call several times every day for updates. And they would tell me, his blood pressure sounded good. All his vitals sounded good, except for they would tell me about his organs. And I guess I didn't want to accept that, one by one, his organs were slowly getting affected. And so I asked that if we could if they could set up a Zoom for us so that we can kind of see with him and try, I thought maybe if he heard our voices that would help him fight harder. And so they set it up for us, and I was on there with him for almost 30 minutes before I even let our kids come on, and then eventually invited our family and his customs family as well. And so just looking at him on the screen and already knowing what his true conditions were based off the conversation I had with the doctor earlier that day, I just and so we stayed on the Zoom as long as the iPad lost charge, and the nurse said that he would charge the iPad and call me back with a new link. And I got a call back, but it wasn't the link. And so I think, I try to think that was part of the plan, for him to hear everybody and, you know, bring everybody together before he let go. And so when I received that call, I was still in shock. As a matter of fact, Ren, he always took care of me. And so, you know, when I think about everything that happened from the time from Friday morning, like the whole day, when I think about the events that occurred that day, I felt like he was there, making sure that I was okay. And for some strange reason that night, my coworker, my really good friend, she had called me, and she calls me throughout the day, but it was strange that she called at that time. She called around like 8:10, 8:15-ish. We were having a discussion about everything at work, projects and stuff like that. And while on the phone with her, I was still, although I was cleared by public health, I told our kids that I would like to stay away just maybe another week, just to make sure that I'm good and that they don't get sick or anything. And so I was still away from the kids. That was an additional week that I decided on my own to stay away. And so he knew that I was still alone. And at that time, I was on the phone with my coworker. The phone had rang. And so I saw on the caller ID that it was the hospital, and she was still on the phone with me. And I think, like he needed her to call me at that time as well, so that I wasn't alone when I received that call, because I'm sure I would have reacted very differently if I was just, if she wasn't on the phone with me. And so even until now, like, I'm looking around the room looking for stuff. I can't find it. And all of a sudden, in the same area I've been looking at for 30 minutes or more, whatever I needed would appear. And so, that was Ren. He did everything, everything for me, everything for the kids, and he never even questioned about anything. I don't even have to ask him. I would just say, "Oh, babe, I need to do this and that, whatever." He's like, "No worry, I'll take care of it," and it's done. But he is a good man. He's a good husband, a good father, brother, son. We will all miss him. Friend.
Davina, I mean, from what you're telling us, what we've heard from the family, from Jason, I mean, he was a strong, healthy guy, right?
Yes, he sure was. As a matter of fact, he didn't have any underlying conditions prior to being infected with this COVID. And so I thought, man, you're so strong. I mean, like, you're so healthy. I don't know. I guess the infection just took over his body. But then I thought too, because he doesn't like to go to the doctor, I thought maybe he was, I'm sure he was still aware of what was happening with his body. And I don't know. I'm still trying to process this whole thing.
We want to thank you for coming on and sharing your story with us. So tragic, so heartbreaking. How are you going to make a life moving forward without your husband?
We had so many plans. He wanted to do so many things, and like Ray had mentioned, he has so many unfinished projects, and we will do all of that for him. We will make sure that whatever he left, we will complete.
Legacy will still follow, regardless what happens.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Ray and Davina. I guess really, is there just any final message to people that are listening to your story, Ray's story? I mean, Ren's story.
Yeah, and I just want everybody to know that this coronavirus is not a joke. It's not even it doesn't pick and choose who it wants to infect. If you're not out there practicing those extra safety precautionary measures, man, you're putting yourself at risk. You're putting your family at risk. Yourself. I just want everyone to know how serious this thing is, and maybe, they won't really understand until they're going through what we are going through right now. And it's not easy. My husband was in the hospital for almost 3 weeks by himself, nobody around. And it's so sad, and they just, I just hope that everybody thinks about, what's happening to our island. Our island's so small. We really need to take those extra safety measures and take this pandemic seriously, because it's not a joke. It's not a joke. So
Right.
please, if you're listening, you need to think about your family and others around you. If it's just, here we are, we're mourning the loss of my husband, my children's father, Ray and Richard's brother. It's just, it's
crazy.
It's serious. It's crazy. This year is so sad, so full of sadness. Let's not add to that. Let's really, truly flatten that curve.
One thing is, at first, I was, saying, "Oh, I can't get COVID. I can't get COVID," just like the commercial says. But when it hits home, everybody's gonna stay home. I don't care if you're the president or whatever. When it hits a family member, it's a different story, because you couldn't say your last goodbyes, and like what Chris says, stay home, and this is be safe or mask up. You young guys out there that think that COVID is a flu, you don't want to go through what we're going through. Losing a brother, you can't buy that at the store. You can't go Ross to go get it. You can't go eBay, Amazon to buy a brother or family member. All we can do is listen, mask up, stay away, or even just stay home. Please. Look at my brother. He was never sick. I think the only time I saw him sick was when he had the flu. All he had to do is add Vicks. He's be good. But never gone to the hospital. Scared to take a needle for his son. I'm just saying, COVID is real, guys. Who cares if California is out there having fun? Then move to California. Guam is home. Like I said, COVID is real. Listen to Chris and mask up, stay home.
Davina, thank you
Thanks,
so
Ray.
much, and our prayers, really just so many prayers and going out to you and your family. Ray, thank you, Chalo. God bless
problem.
you. God bless you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you for
And I
coming on.
just want to say to to Davina and to Ray and to Rich, because I know you're watching right now, bro. On behalf of all my classmates and everything like that, we're always here for you guys. We're gonna do whatever we can to support, the entire, the Tumunda, the Mendoza family here on Guam and Hawaii and Florida. So thoughts and prayers to Sharon and Shirley too. But it's we're grieving the loss of one of our brothers too. in the metaphorical sense. You know, you guys lost your brother, your husband, and everything. So we grieve his passing right now, but we will always celebrate his life. We all remember Ren, and we have so many fond memories of Ren. So thank you for sharing some of your memories with us, because we've got so many.
Thank you, Davina. Thank you, Ray. Keep us posted on any plans with the rosaries or funeral, and we'll get the word out, okay?
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
care.
God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Davina. We're going to play this cut here. We know that the family told us this was one of Renee's favorite songs, and we'll do this version from our friend, one of Ren's favorite songs, our version from our friend Joe Guam, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. It's The Link on the Breeze 93.9.
Over the rainbow, way up high, and the dreams that you dream now, once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Coming up, we'll talk about the aftermath of last night's contentious and chaotic presidential debate. Plus, go inside a fighter cockpit to find out how augmented reality helps our pilots soar through the skies safely. Coming up on CBS This Morning.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
We have the power to improve the schools our kids learn in, the roads we drive on, the healthcare we receive, and the opportunities for more jobs. By responding to the 2020 census of Guam, we can uplift future generations by providing them with the resources they need to grow as a community. Together, we can make a difference. Respond today.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
Nathan Wanda, as we shared the celebration of his life here on The Link, The Breeze 93.9, and also the harrowing details of his tragic passing as the family pleading with the island to take the virus serious and to know that it doesn't discriminate. Jay?
And again, his family is so soft spoken, so unassuming. They're very, very humble people. I've known them for such a long time, and for Ray to actually come out and say, please, I don't want my neighbors, my fellow Guamanians, to go through what we're going through. You don't want this. I mean, that was very, very, very big. One more thing I wanted to kind of share about Ren. I know we got a couple moments before we got to sign off, but Ren had this one saying, and it's very popular with us here, like up in the north, where you almost sarcastically say, like, no need. I would run into him, because, in our younger days, we were just, kids trying to make it through high school, right? As I saw him later on in life and maturity, see him at the bank, run into him at, the supermarket. We're talking about mortgages and kids and taxes and everything like that. He'd always say, he's like, hey, man, what are you doing this Saturday? I haven't seen the guy in like 15 years, right? He's like, hey, what are you doing this Saturday? Do come fishing with us. I'm like, really, me fishing? The pipe fish is gonna attack me, right? And I was like, and I don't have any fishing gear. He always, no need, I got equipment. I got fishing line. I got fishing poles. I got spear gun. Just come with us, and something like that. Is like, he's like, hey man, you want to go bike riding with us? I was like, I don't have a bike. No need, man. That's the kind of guy he was.
I got your back. That's what that means.
What's
I
mine
got
is
you
yours.
covered.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Jay. We're KUAM FM in Hagatini, Guam. This is The Breeze, 93.9. You're listening to and watching The Link. My name is Chris. Sabrina Salas Matanani, as well as Joe Sir running the cams and the switching here. Jason Salas of the KUAM news team. Thank you to our viewers on KUAM TV. Hi. Bye. And we're back here on the radio and on the Facebook Live feed. We do a segment every Thursday called Network of Nurses. We do it in partnership with the Guam Nurses Association. And I was fortunate enough to be able to interview a telemetry nurse, Tamara Cruz of the Guam Memorial Hospital. And so for this week's Network of Nurses segment, we'll go ahead and play this again. The Link is proudly brought to you by Carrier. Yes, keeping you cool. Thank you, Carrier, for jumping on board The Link, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E. It is 8 o'clock again. We're KUAM FM in Hagatini, Guam. Here's this week's Network of Nurses segment. And welcome to our Networking with Nurses, of course, partnership with the Guam Nurses Association. And this morning we are joined by Tamara Cruz, who's a telemetry nurse at the Guam Memorial Hospital. Good morning, Tamara.
Good morning, Chris. Happy day.
Thank you for joining us. Just real quick, telemetry. Maybe if you could just explain to our viewers and our listeners what exactly a telemetry nurse does.
Okay, well, telemetry, a lot of people are like, what's telemetry? Is that telemed unit? So we're like, yes, on the third floor. So basically it's patients are connected to a portable monitor. They can also be connected to a bedside monitor. And this allows us to monitor their heart rhythm, heart rate. We can also do blood pressure, the oxygen saturation. And then all of those patients' rhythms are going to a central monitor in the nurses station. And this basically allows us, if there's any changes in their heart rhythm, heart rate, blood pressure, we're able to respond to that quickly, like we can see it in real time.
Right. And so, again, layman's terms that you described to me before the interview, those little circle things that go all over the
so they'll
patient,
have like
right?
these wires connected to their chest, and sometimes we'll give them a little pouch where their monitor can sit in there, so that way if they need to go to the bathroom, they can still move around and we're able to still monitor their vitals and their heart rhythm.
I guess if you could, we'll just start with the first question. How is being a telemetry nurse changed with the onset of the coronavirus pandemic?
Well, definitely our unit has been converted into a exclusive COVID unit on the third floor, which is actually called Care 4. So it's a mixed unit with ICU, telemetry, progressive care, and medical patients. How has it changed? Well, definitely, before, like if there was changes in their heart rhythm or their blood pressure, we could just run into the room real quick and check on them, like, how are you doing? Now it's like we would need to put on our PPE and before we can go into the room to protect ourselves. But we're still pretty much able to do the same monitoring. We still have the central monitor. We have a technician that they're 24/7, and if there's any changes, we can still respond to that.
Let's talk about COVID and the patients who are typically on the telemetry. These are patients that we hear about that have the pre-existing comorbidities, right?
Oh, definitely. So for telemetry, it is a specialized unit. So because they're attached to the heart monitor, those are typically patients that are pretty sick. So those are patients that have stroke, hypertension, diabetes, congestive heart failure, or any irregular heart rhythms, patients with electrolyte imbalances, or even dialysis patients. Typically, they will require us to monitor their heart rhythms because they're typically on special medications that could affect their heart rate, could affect their rhythm. And then also require them to be their blood pressure or their heart rate to be monitored more frequently. But they're typically one of the sicker patients that we get that usually require all this monitoring and frequent rounding from the nurses.
Let's talk about how this pandemic has changed so much. We saw in the first wave, blessed is just the wrong word, because I believe that anytime we lose any life to this virus, it's just a big defeat for us all. But we had 5 deaths in the first wave. Obviously, the numbers have climbed to, just levels that are just so alarming and concerning and causing such grief and fear in our community, as we're now up, past 40 deaths. So being on the front line, really being there and working with patients who are very susceptible to losing their lives to this virus. Tell us what it's like to walk a day in your shoes.
Oh, well, I was able to work in the COVID unit in the first wave and the second wave currently. So I can definitely see a big difference in how sick the patients were. I'm not saying that the first wave, the patients weren't sick, they were sick. But this time around, it's totally different. It's a different ballgame. Patients are a lot sicker. And there's more patients, and that's why we've had to convert certain units to strictly COVID units, because there's just more patients and they're just so sick. And as a nurse working in the COVID unit, it's definitely not the easiest. We still have the same patient load, but on top of that, we're dealing with COVID. We still have to wear our PPEs, and now we're wearing our N95 masks for our entire shift. The only time we take it off is if we're gonna eat, and even at that, it's we have to social distance while we're eating. And then on top of that, it's like going into these patients' room and seeing how sick they are, and just trying to communicate to them that we're there for them, to take care of them, and also at the same time, one of the things that we try to do is connect them with their loved ones, because honestly, that's one of the hardest things for me, is not being able to have these patients, have their loved ones at the bedside. And I've received many phone calls, working in the COVID units, from patients' family members. They just want updates. How's my loved one doing? Can you tell them that we're thinking of them? And so that's definitely been heartbreaking. And, we try our best. Like we said, so seeing all these increased numbers, I remember there was in the first 2 weeks of the second wave, it was very overwhelming, because it was nonstop admissions, and patients were being put on ventilators, and our COVID ICU at the time could only handle 4. So where did those COVID ICU patients go? They end up staying in the telemetry unit. And, it was very difficult. Yeah.
What's it like to lose patients to this virus?
Oh, it's hard. It's not your, typically when we know that a loved one is dying, we call the family ahead of time and say, hey, you know, your loved one's not doing so good. You might want to come here. You might want to be here, talk to them, hold their hand. But unfortunately, we can't do that now, you know? So in a sense, we kind of have to do that for them, you know? And I've had patients who just look you in the eyes and they're terrified. They know they're going to die, or they know that they're sick and they may not recover from this. So losing a patient to COVID is harder. Yeah.
That toll, I mean, to be there for these patients and to be that go between them and their loved ones and their families. I know that I mean, as well as working at the hospital on the front lines, and then also managing your own family's safety, right?
Yeah, I mean, in the first wave, I had 2 elderly family members that got COVID, and I had my family members texting me, you know, asking me for updates. And, you know, I mean, fortunately, I was working in the COVID unit, so they were able to see me and feel comforted. But, you know, now it's different. Like, you know, it's hard to comfort their family members when they're not able to physically see how their loved ones look. You know, like that's definitely one of the hardest part as a nurse, not being able to connect the families when their loved one is so sick. Yeah.
So tough. Let's talk about the risk of infection, right? I mean, we talked with Lillian at the hospital, and we've seen dozens of frontliners there at GMH contract the virus. What's that like for you?
Oh, it's very scary because, you know, we work with a lot of these people that have tested positive. So of course, sometimes it's like, I feel like it's in your head, right? You're like, oh, I have a scratchy throat. I'm not feeling good. My body feels warm. So you're like, oh, does that mean I have COVID? But I mean, honestly, we're so fortunate to have a really good employee health team. So if we're feeling even just a slight sickness, or, you know, we also do daily wellness checks electronically. So it's like a quick survey that the employees do to see if you have any symptoms, if you're not feeling well, and they'll typically call you right away and, hey, I think you should get tested because you're showing some signs. So, you know, having that is definitely reassuring that, you know, they're looking out for us. But at the same time, it's like seeing all your coworkers test positive. It's hard because, you know, we're already short-staffed, and to lose one COVID nurse or a nurse that can work in a COVID unit is a lot. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's talk about these people that say, oh, the flu is worse. Being on the front lines and seeing these patients come and go, these patients lose their fight with coronavirus. How does it make you feel when you hear things like that?
Oh, honestly, it's really, sometimes I have to like not read comments on social media. I think I read one comment that just really stuck with me wherein, you know, it's not easy to hear that COVID patients are dying. And then you read comments where they're saying, oh, what is the nurse doing? Are they sleeping? And you're like, man, we don't even have time to drink water, pee, eat, you know, do basic things during our 12, 14-hour shifts. So when you read comments like that, it makes you feel like, you know, it's like, man, I wish you could walk in my shoes for one day to see walk in my coworkers' shoes and see like we're, you know, wearing all those PPEs for 12 hours. It's not easy. You're drenched in sweat, you're thirsty, you're hungry, but you know, for the most part, we just have to support each other, like within our hospital community, and just know that what we're doing is what the best we can with what we have.
You know, we talked with Dr. Uggan over at GMH and Lillian as well, and they tell us these stories about how quick this virus can just turn on someone. You know, that they were telling us one where they ask a patient, how are you doing? And they get a thumbs up. And then, you know, 3 hours later, that patient's crashing. What's that like?
Oh, I mean, we see it so much here, you know, like I said, it's not And it's not like before where if the patient wasn't feeling good, you can just run into the room and check on them. It's not like that. You know, it takes time. We have to wear the proper PPE to protect ourselves to go in the room. And so, you know, when we round on the patients, they'll say like, oh yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm doing well. And then to see them change so quickly, it's heartbreaking, because it's like, you know, maybe they were showing signs of improvement and they, you know, looking ready to discharge or at least move to the ISO facility. But when they change so quickly and they turn for the worse, it's heartbreaking, you know, because you feel like you've done everything for this patient, you've advocated for this patient, you've done everything that with the tools that you have, and they're not getting better.
As we reopen the island and, you know, we're starting to see more people out and about in this modified version of PCOR 1. And talking with Lillian, she's anticipating another spike in hospitalizations. Is that kind of what the nurses at GMH are also seeing in the near future?
I mean, I hope not. I mean, you know, with the community opening up, you know, just seeing videos of people lining up at Ross is kind of scary. At least for me, it's scary to see that, because I feel like, as you know, that we can't get too lax in this situation. Like, we still need to practice our social distancing. You still have to be vigilant and protect yourself. Do whatever you can to boost your immunity, to protect yourselves and your family, because, you know, this is going to be around for a long time unless people take it seriously. You know, if we see the numbers go down, people might be tempted to loosen up their preparation, but they really shouldn't.
Let's talk about some of the help you guys have had. I mean, obviously staffing at the Guam Memorial Hospital has been an issue, you know, not just this year, but years prior. It reached a point where we were saying the hospital was going to be overwhelmed, and then we got some help from DOD. We got some help from the Staffing Solutions. What's that influx of help to the hospital been like for you guys on the front line?
Oh, it's been great. Initially, we had the doctors and nurses, respiratory therapists from FEMA, and they right away, like, they got their feet wet on their first day, and they've been really, really helpful, very supportive. You know, wherever they're needed, they go there. They don't complain. And they're just so helpful, you know, and we can also learn a lot from them as well, like from their experience. A lot of them are like ICU managers, like they run ICU units in the hospital they're at. So, you know, we can learn from them and they can learn from us, because, you know, our hospital does have limited resources, so they can learn how to operate with limited resources as well. And then now I think just this past week, the travel nurses started. So I've had the opportunity to train one of them. And honestly, just having any help at this point it's nice. You know, it's relief for us, because we've been doing this since March and then on top of that, having many of our coworkers get sick. You know, honestly, I can't complain. Like, if we can get all the help, like, we'll welcome it. We're thankful, we're grateful, and it's really, honestly, good relief for the staff.
Right, and you know, when you talk about us learning from them and them learning from us, one of the stories I heard just from a friend at the hospital is that these travel nurses, when they see the limited resources that we're working with at the Guam Memorial Hospital, I heard one of them was like, I don't know how you guys do it. I mean, you guys come in here every day with, I mean, the conditions, the facilities, the resources, but I mean, you're still in there. You're still fighting that fight.
Oh, yes, definitely. Like, I always say, like, as a GMH nurse, we learn to become resourceful. And I've had coworkers who moved off island and they're working in different hospitals, and one comment they always get is like, wow, you know, like we're very well-rounded. You know, like, we can do anything in any situation with what you give us.
MacGyvers. Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
but safely.
Right, of course.
Yes.
Of course, T, I want to thank you. This has been a great talk. In closing, what message do you want to give out to the people of Guam? Because it's not often that we get a frontliner on the line.
Oh yeah, so I would just, my message to Guam would be to be vigilant, practice your 3 W's, and also do what you can to boost your immunity. Take your vitamins, go exercise, go for a walk, and also find ways to manage your stress because COVID is a stressful time. So, so just be vigilant, Guam.
There you go. T, thank you so much. It's been a very enlightening conversation. And, I love your spirit. You're out there in the front line. A lot of people would be, not as bright and happy as you are, but I know that's one thing about our GMH nurses is they've got that will to just go in there every day and to give it all they got.
Thank you so much, KUM. And I just want to say thank you to GNA, GMH, and our admin and all the frontliners right now. Just keep your head up and keep moving on.
Thank you, T. We'll see you. Esther, God bless you.
Adios.
Wash your hands.
Okay.
The first presidential debate was marked by chaos, personal insults, and interruptions, more than 70 of them.
Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just
agree.
want to make sure.
Joe, you're the liar.
The two candidates sparred over health care.
He wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
What is the Trump health care plan?
Right. Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him. I'm cutting drug prices.
They also clashed over the economy and the coronavirus.
People want their schools open. They don't want to be shut down.
You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis.
President Trump denied a New York Times report that he paid only $750 in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017.
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax.
Show us your tax returns.
I went. You'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it.
One of the most striking moments of the debate was President Trump's response when asked if he would condemn white supremacy groups.
Who would you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud
militia.
Boys, stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left.
Members of the far-right self-described Western chauvinist group were listening. They quickly added Mr. Trump's words to their logo.
He is refusing to condemn white supremacy. Why is that so hard for the President of the United States?
Well, I think he has. I mean, I've been in press conferences when he has. I mean, I've seen him say it repeatedly. So, he's condemned many white supremacist groups.
President Trump returns to the campaign trail tonight with a rally in Minnesota. Democratic nominee Joe Biden has begun a train tour of Ohio and Pennsylvania.
All right, on that note, let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where we have, we have Sean Gumatata, who's a former communications director in the Camacho administration. And we have a former chief of staff for the Gutierrez administration, Cliff Guzman. Thanks for joining us. Good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you guys doing?
Right on. Let's just get right into it. Obviously...
Was that a debate? Good old-fashioned smackdown.
I know. No, it wasn't. Yeah. It was more of a brawl. A good friend of mine made the comment that it was kind of like going to watching a bar brawl between a drunk and a college professor. And you guys can figure out who's who on that one.
Right.
But it was pretty amazing.
Sean?
Yeah, I was just reading today. I think it was someone wrote that what we're witnessing is this constant erosion of what things that we thought were kind of uniting us in America, and we saw it at play last night. It was absolutely just a crazy. I can't describe it any way but crazy.
Right. I mean,
it was an embarrassment. It was a plain embarrassment to anybody who carries a U.S. citizen passport, as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
It was an embarrassment to America and to our democracy. And I'm talking about the entire process, you know?
Right.
It was awful.
Yeah, I mean, this was
Sorry.
definitely one for the ages.
Right. Well, was there any good parts?
Yeah, we saw a clear contrast between the two candidates. There's a good start.
Yeah, you know, to me, like there was a couple of big policy, I guess, call them bombs that were dropped between the president and the vice president. But you know, if you're an undecided voter, especially in America, they probably weren't moved enough. I mean, obviously, Republicans they're rooting for their president. The Democrats are rooting for the vice president. But you know, the undecideds are what's going to decide the final outcome. And I don't think they got much. I'm looking forward to the vice presidential debate. As soon as you're already through the 1 hour of the crazy, I'm like, we got to get to the vice presidential debate fast because this was just starting to fall apart midway.
Well, I would submit that any independent or undecided that was watching this probably turned off the TV 20 minutes into it and said, I'm not even going to get out there and vote. So it was a net zero as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
But, you know, to me, unfortunately, the president exemplified, he underscored all of the things that have been said about his demeanor, his style, you know, his bullying tactics throughout his presidency. And it all came out. When he didn't have an answer, he deflected or changed the subject. When he didn't like what Joe Biden was saying, he rudely interrupted him and threw dispersions. And, you know, people wanted to watch because they wanted to know how the candidates were going to deal with coronavirus. We're going to deal with you know, no jobs, you know, was going to deal with climate change. And it was really awful. You know, and then total lack of empathy and the death of Joe Biden's son. Granted, Joe Biden was shooting back at him for some of his comments about the military. I get that. And then his dealings with Moscow, which have been proven to be untrue. But for the most part, I think that Joe Biden was the man of the hour yesterday. When he was given the chance, he looked directly at the people, right into the camera, and tried to lay out some plans of what he was trying to do. I really didn't hear any from the president, unfortunately. And, you know, this whole thing, his non-commitment to accepting independent results of the election. I mean, if he didn't win. And then this whole issue on the Proud Boys. Hey, stand back and stand by because I'm coming back. And, you know, we're going to rock this world. That's the sense I got out of that. And honestly, that's not what America needs to hear. That's not what we need to hear on Guam. You know, we may not be able to vote for president. We may not have a vote on the floor of Congress, but we do have a dog in this fight because everything that happens to America affects everyone on Guam one way or another. You know, just take a look at it. The foreign policy or lack thereof, you know, foreign policy seems to be foreign to this administration. And now we're taking the brunt. China's doing videos of blowing up Anderson. You know, all of this stuff affects us and we can't be disassociated. We have the option to get out there and make the calls to our family and our friends and ask them to vote for the people that we believe is going to take our nation forward, which includes the territories. Right. And we've just got to be passionate about it. And I am passionate about it.
I can
because
tell.
we all want to get out of this issue of COVID and the economic turmoil.
Sean?
You know, tactically, I think the president started off, at least when he started to intervene, jumping in and, you know, his usual kind of outbursts and the like. Now, I expected, and I think most of America expected him to do it. I think when you look at the debate, think about, you know, I've been watching these debates since 2008. I've been, you know, actively participating in them. I've helped prepare candidates for them. But maybe early on was great. But when the president kind of got a little bit too carried away, if he would have just held back, I mean, there's been a lot of criticism of the vice president that his I guess, command of the issues, he would fall apart as he was starting to, you know, talk about his plan for America. If the president just allowed him to do it, I'm sure it would have fell apart, but he had to constantly jump in. It kind of helped him because I would tell you, remember, we still got 2 more debates to go, that the idea that he interjected so much, it took away, actually it was kind of, it helped him because the bar was super low and he had to kind of come, because remember, he's been kind of holed up. He hasn't really gone out publicly that much. but versus the president, and who has the bully pulpit. He is the incumbent.
Yeah.
So it was just, I think the president just gave him too much yesterday, and hopefully he'll change that tactic going into the final two debates.
Right. I couldn't watch the whole thing because it just seemed like there was no decorum whatsoever. People were telling people to shut up, you're a liar, and the whole stand back, stand by. What was that?
What was that all about?
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead,
think,
Sean, you're good.
if you look at that, obviously we're going to look at those moments. I watched it twice. The first time it was very painful. It was like watching a WWF wrestling match, right? And then the second time you're watching it, I'm watching it for more the detail.
Right.
And that's when you
Right,
start to
right.
see it kind of emerge, and the different policy considerations from the Supreme Court nomination to climate change to the economy, all of those, you start to kind of see it. And if there was more time, at least to hear the issues, I think people would have got a better idea of who they were.
Well, I think that's what everybody was expecting. Because right now, we need a president that's going to heal our nation and put us on the road to recovery. Not one that's going to continue to sow seeds, of discontent and mistrust. We need leadership that will bring our nation together and not continue to tear us apart. Now, the incumbent has that opportunity to do it. It hasn't happened yet to any real extent. And so, there has to be an alternative. And again, it's got to be somebody who's going to pull people together. We've got so many issues. I keep going back to foreign, our whole approach to how we deal with foreign nations, and in climate change, in borders, and all of this stuff. And I just think, all I can do is take a look at it and say, well, this basically, to me, really drew a stark contrast between the two. Joe Biden notwithstanding, he had his moments too. He had, just shut up, those kinds of things. But really, put yourself in his position. There's only so much you can take before you're going to kind of say, hey, come on now.
Shut up.
Shut up already,
But there was a couple moments where, when they were asking him, like, why don't you call the governors of those states that were affected and tell them, or the cities, and he says, no, I can't. I'm a former vice president. For me, as a person who understands that a phone call to these political leaders, it would have caused some kind of reaction. But when he said, no, I'm not going to do it, it just showed just the difference between, he has the ability. He's the candidate for the other party. I was kind of surprised at the answer. If that was one moment for me as a person who knows that a phone call can do much, but it was seemingly that there was a chance lost by the vice president. And I had the privilege to work with him during the Obama administration. It just seemed so way off than what I was used to from hearing from him. So it was a surprise, to be honest with you, outside of the other parts of it that were interrupted constantly by both the president and the vice president.
Right.
Well, I think to a certain extent as well. I think that it is the president's purview. It is the president's responsibility to reach out to the states, because he's president for everybody. He's not president for Democrats or Republicans. He's president of the entire nation. He has a responsibility. This whole thing about the California wildfires. Excuse me, we're having wildfires in Oregon and Washington as well. And it's all about clearing out the forest floor, forest management. And it's nothing about climate change.
Got to rake it.
I don't get that. I just don't get that, because all the signs are around us. And so, burying your head in the sand is not the answer. All right. And I am passionate about this because this is going to affect all of us. Climate change is affecting us. Mm-hmm. We can't even depend on when our typhoon season comes through anymore, And so, those kinds of things. Racial injustice affects us because it bleeds over to the people who are coming here. My biggest issue, we're trying to get our tourism industry back up. We can't use the tag where America's Day begins anymore, or America and Asia, because the U.S. is on the bad list for everybody and all the countries we're trying to market to. It's kind of like, wow, and anybody who says Guam doesn't have a stake in this election, in my view, is wrong, and we have to acknowledge that. And so, again, it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or Democrat or independent. We have to reach out and be part of this process by at least making calls to the people we know, our friends, our relatives, family who are out there, and say, get out and vote. If you don't want to vote in Guam, that's fine, but get out and vote. And same thing here in Guam. It's the same thing we're going through in Guam. We're all socially distancing our voting. It's a voting season. It's not a voting day. We all need to get out and vote, and that's the thing, because if we start letting up, even if we're 4,000 miles or 8,000 miles away, if we start letting up, we are also kind of like the straw poll for the United States. So we got to show the United States to a certain extent that we are ready to stand up and vote no matter what, and no matter what party you're in, but get out and vote. And this will, hopefully, we're not going to have another debacle in the next two. And I hope that those in power to shape the way these debates are going to go are going to give a kill switch to the moderator. And give them the opportunity to say, okay, 3 minutes are up, boom. I mean, you guys all know when I had to go through that stuff, moderate all of those public hearings for the
better you than us.
Yeah, but it was rough, but you know what? People actually stuck to that, and it was hard.
Yeah.
And just imagine if there was a judge from Wisconsin out here with a gavel. Oh boy, there would have been pandemonium. Anyway, we don't need pandemonium in the United States. We need leadership that's going to drive us and bring us together. Open up the tent, let everybody in, fix it together. And again, my perspective, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are the team that's going to be able to do that. In my perspective, Trump has shown that he does not have that ability, except for the Proud Boys. Okay.
Sean, we'll give you the last word. Sean, thank you, Cliff.
Yeah, well, I would tell you that, the debate itself is designed for the American people to look and hear from their who will be the next leader of our country. So the debates, they're still remaining. There's still time for, at least in my view, that both candidates are going to be able to tell the American people what they're hoping will be some good things that they're going to provide over the next 4 years. But there's a stark contrast between the two candidates. For the president obviously has as a record he's running on, an economy that was decimated by the COVID-19 outbreak. The vice president's coming in, kind of sitting in a sense, on the sidelines and saying, hey, listen, guys, I'm the party, but his issues are a little bit, got other issues too. Can he reach his base? Can he bring them all together? Because at the end of the day, when the American people vote, they're voting to see what our country will look like over the next 4 years. I will tell you the territories are going to be greatly affected by the next president. The current president is doing his part to help and reach out to all the territories. He's providing much more support than we saw, believe it or not, when the Obama administration was in. But the debates itself, guys, I think that's what we're talking about, was the debates are going to help us either frame it, and already there's people voting already across the country, but it is going to dictate whether they ticket. And Cliff was right. He said that the Guam straw poll is going to say a lot about what the election's going to look like, and it has, since the Reagan election. It has told America. The White House is well aware of what the straw polls here will say. The White House will be calling here on election day to find out how it goes. It is the bellwether that will decide what will be the outcome of the American election.
Exactly. And we need to show them. We need to show them. We need to be that bellwether and own it. Yep.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Cliff. Good to see you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you guys later. Thanks again.
This was better than a cup of coffee in the morning. Thank
you. Well, let's do it again tomorrow then.
There you go.
It's those duendes, Chris, those the little KUAM Zoom room duendes that hook us up with the coffee.
That's it.
Well, enjoy your virtual
Sean,
donuts.
Good to see you again.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, yeah, right. All right. Take care.
Okay, thank you. Cliff Guzman, Sean Gumatautau. Good discussion there on the presidential debate. You're right, though. If you were like trying to, if you were trying to watch that as like an undecided voter, I mean, but who is undecided at this point?
You know what's funny is like I'd see on Instagram all the people that were watching the debate, and you only get like the 30-second clip, and everybody's like, oh my god.
It was painful.
It was.
Yeah.
I really could not sit through the whole thing. I just couldn't, and I really tried, and then I just kind of got fed up. Like,
yeah, I think the key, just looking at it on paper, is what would have been for Joe Biden to kind of remain above and not go down into, down to President Trump's, or go to President Trump's level. But I mean, clearly it's frustrating when you're trying to debate somebody.
Yeah.
They're not engaging you on the points. It's like, what do you do?
Yeah. So hopefully the second one won't be as terrible. There will be some sort of.
I hope it's even more terrible.
No, I want to hear what they have to say. And I am excited about Kamala.
That's going to be a good one too. Hey, 8:38. We'll take a short break. Come back with more of The Link on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus, gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
We all play a role in slowing the spread of COVID-19. We must continue to stay strong and practice everyday preventive actions to keep our island safe. Maintain a distance of 6 feet between yourself and others. Wear cloth face coverings in public settings. Wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, use alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Clean and disinfect frequently used surfaces. Avoid touching your face. Stay home if you are sick. Help reduce the spread of COVID-19 by downloading the Guam COVID Alert app on the App Store or Google Play. Let's protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities. Prevention saves lives.
Hafaday and Mabuhay, I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the territorial epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Carrier, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, proud to sponsor the link on the Breeze 93.9. Coming up after 9 o'clock, we'll get with Lillian Posadas, the hospital administrator, for our update. Also, catch up with Sergeant Paul Tapao, the Guam Police Department. But first, let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where our sanitizing duendes have just finished cleaning up after Cliff and Sean. And we have Cynthia Cabot of the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence. Where are you at, Cynthia? Nice. You're outside? Cynthia? Morning.
Morning.
Morning. So you're outside. It's a beautiful day where you're at. Can you hear? Can you hear? Oh, yeah, it's a beautiful day where you're at, Cynthia.
Thank you.
A lot sunnier than where we are. So we brought you on to kind of talk about Family Violence Awareness Month, which is October, right? And I know that we haven't caught up with each other since before the pandemic. So maybe we could start there. What type of work and how has this pandemic affected what do you guys do at the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence? And good morning, by the way.
Now I can. Thank you.
Okay, good. Right on.
Yes.
Good morning, Cynthia.
Hi, Cynthia. Can you hear us, Cynthia?
Hey, Cynthia, can you hear that?
I'm hearing the playback.
Oh, are you listening on our Facebook Live?
Is that what's doing? I have to
Yeah,
turn it
so there's a
off?
delay. Yeah, you got to turn that off. Right on.
Yeah, if you can just pause Facebook and you'll be able to hear us better.
Okay.
All
now
right.
We're good.
How about now? Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Good
I
morning.
apologize.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank
Too
you,
many
Pastor
things
Joe.
happening on my monitors right now. Thank you.
I know. Okay, so let's just get started again. Good morning. And just tell us, we'll start. I know it's Family Violence Awareness Month, but since we haven't caught up since before the pandemic, tell us how this COVID has affected the work you guys do at the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence.
Actually, the work continues, no doubt. And although the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence is not a direct service provider, our partners, our member programs are, and so we continue to support them behind closed doors. So we continue to operate. We continue to provide webinars, and we've been doing that since practically, since August, nearly, we've done about 6 weeks of training that we provided out to support our partners as well. So we continue the work, and of course, our member programs and our partners continue to reach out, and I appreciate this opportunity to also reach out to the larger community to say that Although many of the services that our partners are providing are remote, they are there and they are available. So yes, this pandemic has really thrown a wrench in our work as well as everyone else, no doubt. So it's just been an interesting new environment that we all work in.
Right. You know, Cynthia, I think the last time I even spoke to you, saw you was last year when we were talking
Yes.
about No More, right? And so,
Yes, absolutely.
right. And you guys have a lot of activities scheduled for this month, and you have, tell us about the webinar that's coming up.
Actually, we have several webinars coming up. One is on safety and technology, and that focuses on safety and technology issues across virtual spaces, and that's in collaboration with the National Network to End Domestic Violence. And they've been doing webinars as well, but oftentimes based on East Coast time. So we appreciate that they're working with us to put this in our time zone, so our partners and anyone interested will be able to participate. In addition, there is also the new Title IX rules and regulations, and that focuses primarily on addressing sexual assaults on campuses and how campuses will need to be able to address and be able to have safety measures and protocols in place to address that. So we will also be providing that training coming up in the next few weeks. So those are some of the key activities that we have for the month of October.
Sexual assault on campus, is this for teachers or students? Who's this for? Anybody?
Actually, it's for everyone. It's primarily for administration and for leadership to ensure that they have protocols in place, because the new guidelines, give specifics as to what they need to have in place, what training they need to provide. And so these are the latest Title IX regulations that were recently issued. So we're providing information to our partners so that we can certainly all be in compliance as well.
And what are, I guess if you could, because it is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, Family Violence Awareness Month, what are the numbers showing? Are we starting to see a decrease or an increase? Because I know when I see the magistrate's complaints, I still see it almost every single day.
Right. And, we're working closely with our Guam Police Department, because they are the ones who manage the statistics, at least when it finally gets to their end. And many of our partners, though many of their services are provided more on a remote basis, also report that they do not necessarily see the volume as they have before, but certainly the intensity of the abuse perhaps is what they're beginning to see. So we do have statistics that were just released that were provided to us from our partners at the Guam Police Department. So for example, in 2019 alone, they had 1,016 family violence related cases. So when we talk about family violence, we certainly talk about from infant to our Manamco. So it's across the lifespan that we know that this continues to happen. And of course, in light of the pandemic, where oftentimes we do not see the abuse because now we think that it is safer at home, when there's the likely event that many of those who are probably facing this issue are not able to reach out. So we just wanted to reach out to them and say, we are here, we care, and there are agencies who can provide services.
And so where can people go? Like you said, the intensity of the abuse, you're seeing those numbers increase. And we are in this pandemic, and people are staying home, and sometimes they're staying home with their abusers. And so where can they go? What are some of the numbers that they can call?
Well, one of the things too that the Guam Coalition does provide is we do have our online community resource directory, and that's at pacificregionresources.org. So certainly that would be a start to take a look at the different agencies that we have on island. But no doubt the disclaimer there is that many of the services that are provided may look different now. Many of the services provided are done for the most part remotely, And that's because of the PCOR 1 or PCOR 1.5 that we have in those designations and governor's orders. So they are complying with that as well. But some of the agencies offhand among our partners, of course, is VARO, Victim Advocates Reaching Out. So their number is 477-5552. So for us, if you are not ready to perhaps call GPD for assistance, then reach out to VARO. That may be a good starting point. And if it is legal advocacy, we have our partners with Guam Legal Service Corporation, Disability Law Center, as well as with Guam Public Defenders Corporation, who can provide some assistance, perhaps with the restraining orders, for example. So there are different avenues that they are able to do. And then we also have Alley Shelter, who can provide the temporary shelter as well. So those are certainly some of the agencies that you can reach out to, that those who may know someone who may be in a situation, give them those numbers. They're the ones who will be able to provide direct services to them, or at least help guide them through the process.
Have you had any instances, Cynthia, where the lockdown or closures have impacted or affected people who need help with things like restraining orders or any other types of advocacy issues?
Actually, we are fortunate that the courts continue to hear those. And so they continue to, despite the lockdown, they continue to operate for specific situations. And this is certainly one that they will listen and provide support with. So our partner agencies, Guam Legal Services Corporation and Guam Public Defenders Corporation, are able to continue with hearings to support those victims who are in need of those services.
You know, when I interviewed you last year, we talked about that a sensitive issue with regard to seeing minors, a lot of minors being victims of sexual assault. In a lot of those cases, I want to say, if I can remember correctly, it dealt with the sexual assault occurring in their homes, right?
Yes, and actually, although we do have cases where the assaults are by a stranger, much of the reports that we do have is that they are predominantly, or a larger majority of the cases are actually those of acquaintances or someone who is known to the individual, be it family, be it someone who lives right next door, but these are not necessarily stranger danger types of cases, but not to say that those do not happen. So that's why in these kinds of cases, we do include them as part of our family violence awareness, to reach out and say, hey, this may be happening in your home, unfortunately, in your own village, unfortunately.
Cynthia, let's talk about how, well, we're getting Polly Mike on in just a couple minutes here, but things like this silent witness ceremony, right? So we're starting to see everything kind of migrate towards digital, towards Zoom. And how is that affected what I'm assuming is usually such a hands-on and face-to-face realm with the work that you do?
Actually, on one hand, we are able to reach out to many more, because oftentimes it's the limitations of transportation, for example, or being able to have a facility that can house everyone. So at least with Zoom, we have the capacity to be able to reach out to more, and in the convenience of your own home, in your office, or wherever you are. So on one hand, yes, we are making strides to make this work for us. And given that with this month and our Family Violence Awareness Month activities, we've had to change the way we reach out and do our awareness activities. So we're hoping that your audience will be able to participate as well with the different things that we're hoping that they may be able to do in their own home, in their own workplace as well.
I wanted to ask, does the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence, do you guys see areas in the law that need to be strengthened or stricter when it comes to these sorts of cases?
Actually, I am not one to necessarily propose that we have stricter or more stringent rules. I think what we need to do is look at, because in some of these cases, there could be unintended consequences. Oftentimes, the more stringent our law is, it falls upon the responsibility or the burden of the victim or survivor to say, oh no, they may in turn, it may hinder them from reporting the situation or for seeking out assistance in that matter. Because oftentimes then it'll be their fault that perhaps the individual who is being abused has to deal with the authorities because it's their fault. So, in that light, stronger or stricter or more stringent rules, we need to really look at it from a broader perspective and look at it as being victim-centered, victim-focused as well.
Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about this silent witness ceremony that I know you guys are involved with. We also know that Polly Mike is, and St. Anthony, obviously. So tell us a little bit about this silent witness ceremony that's happening Friday, right, Cynthia?
Yes, and I think that's tomorrow, right?
Oh, that is. I lose track. I'm lost track of the days. I still think it's April or what month is it?
October.
Oh, it's October, right? Okay. Oh, it's Family Violence Awareness Month. Gotcha.
Yes, thank you. And actually, nationally, October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. But because the way our laws are written, it does encompass a broader relationship pattern because of our own culture, for that matter. So we refer to it as Family Violence Awareness Month. And yes, we are launching that with the Silent Witness tomorrow at 11:30. And that will be virtual again. So we are hoping that many more will be able to join us and participate. And so we have our partners, and of course that is Polly Mike taking the lead with St. Anthony Church in the Archdiocese of Ucayna, as they are the caretakers of the 28 now silhouettes representing the victims that we will remember as part of the ceremony. So that is starting up tomorrow, along with the governor's proclamation, and then zooming into our legislators for the presentation of the resolution. So we appreciate the support that we have from our leadership as well.
Well, thank you, Cynthia. And we're definitely looking forward to the ways that we can help during this month. If there's any other type of outreach that you need us to promote or you want to come on and talk about, don't hesitate to shoot us an email or give me a call, okay?
Great. And I know we have many activities coming up, so much of that is also in partnership with some of our member programs and partners, such as the Guam Family Justice Center Alliance. They'll be doing quite a number of fitness challenges on Facebook. So, those are the things that we will certainly be posting and keeping you all apprised. So thank you for the invite and for helping us raise awareness.
All right, make sure you take advantage of it.
Thanks, Cynthia.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's okay. Better put on some sunblock. Wash your hands. Okay. That's Cynthia Cabot, the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence. Who's hungry? We're going to talk about pizza and how you can win some on the link coming up next. It's 9 o'clock. We're KUAM FM and Agotnia, Guam. Again, this is the link on the Breeze 93.9, and it's proudly brought to you by Carrier, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
It's the link. Good morning. Hey, let's talk a little bit about how you can win some pizza.
Yeah, it's pizza month, right?
Yeah, it
is. Who doesn't want pizza? Who
New
doesn't
month,
like
new food to digest in mass quantities.
So we have a little clip here. It's with Vic Phelan, and he kind of breaks down this pizza contest that we're going to be running through the month of October.
There you go. So, again, it's the link, the Breeze 93.9.
Celebrate National Pizza Month. Celebrate National Pizza Month with a Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAM News, Uno Instagram, or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of 10 pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAM News The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KUAM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
With our Pepsi pizza promotion, we've managed to bring together all of the pizzas on the island.
The tribes have united.
Yes, they have. We've got Pizza Hut, California Pizza Kitchen.
Come, children. Enjoy pizza.
Biology, Capriccio's, Vitali's, Sbarro, Crust, and Pizza, Little Caesars. Yeah, so that's cool that they've all got. I mean, that's a lot of pizza. We got a whole month.
Okay, we're going to talk about like the mechanics of how you can submit though, but before we get to that, what is, for the two of you, what is your ultimate pizza? Sabrina, you and I have been to New York. I'm more of a Chicago deep dish guy, I got to say. I'm about, you know.
Sorry guys, thin crust.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't like that hand tossed?
No, I grew up eating a lot of we would always get Pizza Hut and it would be the deep dish.
Mm-hmm.
And so I like that, but I don't know, I kind of like the thinner crust a little bit.
Yeah.
Really?
I like
carbs, bro. I gotta watch the
I don't know if
carbs.
anybody has ever heard of Anthony's Pizza.
On base?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Like,
did a
I
story
grew
about.
up on
Oh my
that.
god.
Oh, on base.
Well, when I, growing up,
Yeah,
I was a military brat, so I always ate Anthony's Pizza, and I love it. And then remember when it's in Tamuning, and the pizza was almost like Anthony's Pizza. It's where the Hive used to be.
Yeah, that's
Chamorro Chip?
Yeah.
Boston Pizza Company.
Yeah.
Was it Boston Pizza? Anyway, that I want to say it's Chamorro Chip.
Yeah.
They sold the pizza there.
Mhm.
It came really close to it. It was really good too.
Right. So when we look at our sponsor partners here, I'm just going to run down the list. Little Caesars, I love it.
Yeah.
It's quick. It's easy. The kids love it.
Okay, Crazy Bread, try and get between me and Crazy Bread, all
My
right?
son loves Little Caesars.
If you have never been in line with me in Crazy Bread, it's not a good idea because I will lose all.
Crust, they've got this one with the mushrooms.
Oh, we tried that. We tried that a few weeks ago.
'cause-
Yeah.
So I love that one. Sabaro, the one I like to get is the one with the spinach on it. You guys tried that?
Yeah. You know, Sabaro's.
He's like, yeah. Uh-huh.
No,
I'm simple. I always get pepperoni. That's
Right.
it.
Yeah. No, Vitali's, they have a great pepperoni, and there's something with the sauce they use. It's it's like a little sweet, not like Filipino spaghetti sweet, but I love it.
Yeah, I think it's what the tomatoes they use or something like that. It just gives it like
the
a
San
little.
Marzano or whatever it's
Yeah.
called. And then Capricciosa, I love the margarita.
Right.
With the tomato, and then they
Mhm.
jam like 5 pounds of pesto on each of those tomatoes.
Yeah.
Biology, okay, yeah.
Whatever you like.
Whatever you like, how you like it.
See, and Biology goes for like the square pizza too, which I only discovered that later on in
What?
life.
There's a square pizza at Biology?
You are what you eat, Jay. You a square.
Yeah, hey, it's hip to be square
It
when,
is.
when it comes to
And
pizza.
they got the cauliflower crust, right, at
Right,
Biology.
yeah.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
CPK, man, I love that we get one here when we have like a well, when we used to have functions. We haven't had a function. Jeez. It's got the salami and their pepperoni they use. They use the big one. They use the big pepperoni, girl.
Oh, the antipasto pepperoni. Yeah.
The big one.
Yeah.
And then
I like the salads too. Don't
yeah.
forget that.
Right, they got the Thai
crunch.
crunch. Yeah, that's not pizza though.
I know, but man, I'm
You
so
know what
hungry now.
You know what I'm not hearing though? No one yet has mentioned anchovies. Have you? I mean, I know it's kind of like an acquired taste from some people. It's
Not really. I love it.
Yeah, no, anchovies are awesome.
Yeah, good stuff.
You gotta have a drink on the side though, because it will make you pucker a little bit.
Pizza Hut, my go-to always. We get the big New Yorker, extra cheese, extra pepperoni.
Like, man, I'm like boring. I'm just pepperoni. Thank you.
Hey, it works for a reason.
I
Bree.
want to go old school, right? Remember?
Okay, let me ask you this before we go old school, Jay. What about these newfangled white sauce pizzas where they put the Alfredo, the white sauce?
I've tried that. That is not bad. I mean, I've tried shrimp on pizza. I've tried the Alfredo sauce. I've tried like the barbecue sauce drizzle, like like the buffalo chicken pizza is good. They got a good one at Sabaro's.
What about pineapples on pizzas? Yay or
No.
nay?
Yes. Yeah. Are you?
No.
Wait. You are not team pineapple. Get
I
out
am
of here.
not. I cannot.
Okay, Joseph, right? You're all in with Hawaiian. Okay. Of
course.
That is one thing that really
That's
pisses
the
me
Filipino
off
version
when
of
if
the
I
Filipino
see
pizza version of.
pineapple on pizza. It just
It makes you mad, Bree?
yes, it
Why?
does. It's like
Wow.
I just can't. I just can't.
You don't like pineapples?
Not on pizza. I like pineapple, just not on pizza.
It gives it such a nice like
Yeah, it is.
fruity.
tang to it.
It's like sweet meat. I just deal with
Okay,
it.
I'm gonna go old school. Remember in the '80s when pizza?
Is it
had-
going to be about pizza?
Yes,
Okay.
Pizza had this little promotion, and what they now use to cook their personal pan pizza, like that little was it 8-inch, the din. They used to make this item this entree called Priazzo, and it was the same size as what's now, like I said, the personal pan, but it was a deep dish thing. It took them like a half an hour to make. 4 pieces, you would be set for the rest of the day.
Wow.
It was like 4 layers of cheese. It was insane.
You know, thinking about Pizza Hut, I remember when me and my cousins, we used to, man, this is crazy. We used to get dropped at like a Ganya shopping center, but then it was Townhouse. And we would skate. Like, we would skate all the way up to like Tamuning. And we would always go to Pizza Hut and put our money together because they had a buffet and they had that.
Oh, yeah.
You ever seen when they
The
do
dessert
their
pizza?
No, and they have it's the fettuccine, but it's like half white sauce, half red sauce.
Oh, yeah.
And then you just mix it all together, and then we be the pizza. So anyway, I'm hungry. Can you tell people how to win the stuff so we got to do news?
Yes. Okay, so people can either send as you saw on the spot, send like a little bit of testimonial. Tell us how you like pizza. Our friends at Pepsi are really hooking us up. So either send it to our Uno Guam Magazine Instagram story or Facebook page or Facebook story or KUM News, our Facebook story or our Instagram story. Make sure that you tag us in that so that we can see how you enjoy it, because we want to celebrate the entire month of October all about pizza. As we've basically...
You have to post a photo of yourself with your favorite Pepsi product.
Yes.
And to be eligible, and you could win a 2-liter bottle of Pepsi and a free pizza.
And as we've now said, there are literally a million different ways to enjoy pizza, so you can go hog wild. Hog, there you have pork. Do you guys like pork on pizza? Yeah, sausage.
Yeah, pepperoni is kind of like pork, Jake.
But have you ever tried a pulled pork?
We got some comments here.
No.
Zuzu Abuni on top of the pizza. That sounds good.
Oh, a Zuzu on pizza?
Jason, have you tried deer meat on top of the pizza?
No, but Binato pizza actually sounds pretty cool.
Does, right? And then instead of a sauce, you put like coconut milk, like a coconut milk reduction.
Okay, you know what? No, that's Tinactac pizza. Somebody make that happen, please.
Also, Chamarita writes, virtual pizza is tasteless. Yeah, that's why we're giving you a chance to win some real pizza.
There you go.
All right, so keep listening for your chance to win. We'll start announcing winners Monday.
Yes. You know what? I've never tried a thing in the beef jerky community. Is you guys tried bison, right?
Deer?
No, bison.
Bison is like a buffalo.
Yeah, like
kinda?
a big buffalo. I'm surprised.
No.
I've never seen buffalo pizza yet. I mean buffalo chicken, but that's
Now you're going off in your.
Yeah.
No, that would be awesome.
The way you go off, you just really go off. Okay. We started talking about pizza, and now he's on bison.
Bison pizza.
Okay.
Somebody make that happen.
Okay, so don't forget, you could win pizza by just listening to the link. You could post your picture with the Pepsi product and tag KUM News or Uno.
All right, and that being said, 9:13 coming up. Sergeant Paul Tapau and Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas on the link. Brought to you by Carrier, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E. Let's take a look at news now. 9:14 Thursday, the first day of October. With the very latest from the KUAM News team, Sabrina Salas-Matanani. Good morning.
Off it, everybody. Late last night, the Joint Information Center announced that Guam recorded its 49th COVID-related fatality. The fatality occurred at GMH at around 4:16 yesterday afternoon. The patient was a 70-year-old man with underlying health conditions that were compounded by COVID-19. He was admitted to GMH on August 30th and was a known COVID case. As for the latest numbers, out of 387 samples ran through various labs, 45 returned positive. 617 people are actively fighting the virus, while more than 1,800 of our neighbors have recovered. As for hospitalizations, at least last night, this is what the JIC report stated, there were 25 COVID patients at GMH, 9 are receiving ICU level of care. And with more news, here is Peter Santos.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. The latest in the Quarantine Chronicles from the Superior Court as more quarantine travelers continue to be released. And although quarantine protocols have changed again, one question remains unanswered. KUAM's Adriana Cotero reports.
Attorneys are pushing for the answer to an unresolved question. Is the mandatory 14-day quarantine in a GovGuam facility the least restrictive measure for eliminating the spread of the virus? The government stands firm that passenger noncompliance is the cause for the increase of positive COVID-19 tests on Guam. Providing testimony to support this claim, the government has called upon Public Health's head of infection control, Chimama Bakwem, and medical advisor of the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Felix Cabrera. And as petitioners pursued their freedom and complaints continuously flooded in against the government, Dr. Cabrera and Bakwem supported the government's quarantine requirement, having provided data, statistics, and the purpose for passenger quarantine, with both agreeing this plan is in place to further prevent COVID-19 from entering our borders. However, Attorney Jackie Terlahi requests the governor's head of the state surgeon cell, Dr. Michael Cruz, also testify. The court asked Deputy Attorney General James Canto to produce Dr. Cruz before the court, although it seems this request may be illegal, as Canto provides to the court a letter he received from the Guam Army National Guard, stating Colonel Cruz is on active duty under the Department of Defense and would need a DoD directive. Attorney Terlahi then asked the court order public health to produce Dr. Cruz, as he is the head of the governor's action response team. Canto responded stating, quote, I strongly oppose the request by counsel to have the court order public health break the law. If there's a subpoena Ms. Terlahi wants, she can serve it, unquote. The court has yet to rule on this matter. The petition hearings continue tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
The last 150 inmates and detainees at the Department of Corrections are undergoing COVID-19 testing today. According to DOC Major Anton Uggan, the last testing conducted by Public Health was on September 24th. 209 inmates from Manila were tested, and all results came back negative. Uggan says that the DOC's population is roughly 600, and to date, they remain COVID-free. That's all the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
There could be as much as $3 billion more in federal pandemic assistance for Guam if Congress passes a bill proposed by House Democrats. The biggest pot of proposed relief funding will be for the government of Guam. In a news conference yesterday, Congressman Michael San Nicolas says the local allocation would be $1.17 billion. It can be used for government operations as long as it can be justified as lost revenue from the negative impact of COVID. San Nicolas suggests Guam could provide a tax holiday for local businesses by reducing the GRT to zero. According to the congressman, the 1,200-page coronavirus relief fund legislation also includes another round of stimulus checks of $1,200 per person and up to $6,000 per household. Continued unemployment assistance, including $600 additional payments backdated to July 31st when the funds known as FPUC ended. He says the bill allocates about $67 million in rental assistance for Guam and $29 million for homeowners. There would also be $364 million for education and $446 million for health care, which he says can be used to help build a new hospital. He says businesses will also get relief through another $300 million for the Paycheck Protection Program. And here's more from that press conference.
I wanted to go back to that 1.17 billion because I think that's very significant. How did you arrive at that number, 1.17 billion?
The package was based on a 9.5 billion to assist territorial governments. And it was based on the, I believe it was a population calculation. And so we received our portion of that based on our size. And that was formulaic based on the HEROES Act. And to my understanding, that formula was maintained based on the original amount of 9.5 billion. So that's our share. The territories are getting, they're all getting their respective share.
Okay, understood. So how would it be paid out? Because I think if I understood you correctly, you were suggesting that perhaps we could give a tax holiday to businesses by zeroing out GRT. But the government, as you know, relies on monthly tax receipts to pay, all of its debts and its payroll and that sort of thing. So would this be a lump sum payment or would it be a monthly payment? How would it be doled out?
It will be $1.17 billion direct deposited into the government of Guam within 30 days of enactment of the act. So we will actually have a full fiscal year plus 10% funded up front within 30 days.
Okay. And can you explain foregone revenues not projected? So what exactly would the government of Guam have to show to the federal government in order to avail of the 1.17 billion?
The 1.17 billion will be fully received. In order to account for its expenditure, they have to fit within those particular categories. And so on the specific one that you're asking for on replace foregone revenues not projected, like let's say, for example, there was a BPT revenue projection or an income tax. Let's use income tax since we don't want to get too confused and mixing them up. Let's say that the income tax projections for FY 2021 we pull those up real quick, and we can see, give me 1 second here, GovGuam's FY 2021. We have a GovGuam income tax. So let's say individual income tax was projected at 71 million. If for whatever reason, let's say the unemployment expires on January 31st and the income tax revenues totally fall out because there is still no employment. If those revenues drop below what was projected, excuse me, then those would also count as foregone revenue not projected. So anything less than what we thought we were going to get could be used out of the 1.17 billion.
Okay, and sorry, and finally, just to manage expectations, when do you think Congress will take action on this? Before November 3rd or post election?
Very soon. The negotiations have ramped up significantly last week and this week. It's possible that we will have this thing clear the House before the end of this week, and then the ball will be in the Senate's court, because like I mentioned earlier, there is a common ground between the White House and the House. The Senate may find itself in a new position where they're going to have to really come back to the table to get us through in some fashion. So I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic more so than I was back in late July, early August, when the original movements for relief were happening. Things have intensified, especially with the president having to use his executive orders, and with those executive orders, like for example, with the unemployment backstop running out, something needs to happen, and that's going to be an inflection point.
All right, thank you, and I'll defer to my colleagues.
Again, there could be as much as $3 billion more in federal pandemic assistance for Guam if Congress passes a bill proposed by House Democrats. The measure must still pass the Senate, and there's no specific timeline for when or if the upper house will act. One day after the Archdiocese of Agana announces it will restart indoor services this weekend, Adelup officially announced the governor is now authorizing indoor religious services to resume. 28-year-old John Anthony McCord Jr. was arrested for the shooting incident of a vehicle that occurred on Tuesday in Tamuning along Governor Carlos Camacho Road, according to GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapau. Through the course of the investigation, CID detectives and SWAT personnel were able to locate the suspect vehicle and McCord Jr. He was later transported to GPD headquarters and arrested for aggravated assault, reckless conduct, criminal mischief, unlawful discharge of a firearm, possession and use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony, guilt established by complicity, and criminal facilitation. McCord Jr. was booked and confined. And that is your news. We're going to head into the Zoom room now, where we have got Guam Memorial Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas with the latest on what's happening at the Guam Memorial Hospital. Good morning, Lillian.
Good morning. Hi.
Hi.
Guam.
I guess today, right? Today, before we get into the COVID census, the members of the EMAC team, they are departing, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Any words for them?
Some of them are departing, yes. And, we just really want to say thank you so much for their great help. The nurses, the doctors, and the respiratory therapists, the 4 respiratory therapists. It was just a tremendous boost to the challenges with regards to, especially with the individuals, COVID individuals who are really, really ill, these last several weeks and the time that they were here. It was great help.
Okay.
So we wish them well wherever they go. 9 are remaining, though. Mm-hmm. They granted our extension for the 9 CCRNs and the 1 physician who is an intensivist. And so we're very, very fortunate, and we're very blessed, and we're very grateful that we still have some of them with us with the transition of, the New West staff coming on board. Mm-hmm. So that's a great help.
All right. Lillian, can you just remind us again, how long is that extension for?
Up until October 4.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So they're just sticking around a few more days to help the New West people coming in.
acclimate and get oriented and get, feel comfortable knowing the organization, where things are. So yes.
Okay, Lillian, so I guess if we could get the latest COVID census.
Sure. As of this morning, we have 27. We had like 3 admissions yesterday, and then we had the 2 deaths yesterday. Of the 27, 10 of them are on ICU level of care, and of the 10, 7 of them are on ventilator support. In addition to, the non-COVID ICU COVID ICU patients, we also continue to have non-COVID ICU patients with us, and so they're on ventilator as well. All three of them are on ventilator.
Lillian, can you give us any additional information on the 2 fatalities related to COVID yesterday?
Yes, the first individual was a 61-year-old individual who was in the hospital since September 15. What's not on a ventilator was on a BiPAP, supplemental oxygen. And unfortunately, because of his multiple underlying health conditions, his body was just so, his, system was just so, compromised, and the COVID infection just really exacerbated all his condition, and he just, succumbed to the infection. Then the second individual who expired at around 4:16 p.m. yesterday, 70-year-old male individual. He was on supplemental oxygen also, and so he had multiple underlying health conditions. And so, our condolences to the family, and our prayers. It's sad to see when we lose the battle to this COVID, and we lose them, and it's sad.
Right, Lillian, it is so sad, and what's more sad is these deaths keep coming. Almost 1 a day, a lot of times 2 a day. How do we keep from going numb to this, to getting used to it?
Well, I'm not sure that we're going to get used to it, but if we can try and catch these individuals early, as soon as they start having the symptoms, get medical attention, come into the emergency room and get, checked and get seen. And if your respiratory system is compromised, we need to get the treatment started right away. And, hopefully before that, even if you're asymptomatic, take the necessary precautions and really, wear the mask. And it's been touted that vitamin C, supplemental vitamins, can help also. So it's really trying to prevent and taking care of, especially those individuals who are vulnerable, with multiple underlying health conditions, give them that respect that you don't want to transmit, or you don't want them to get the infection. Take the extra care that they are protected. And you protect yourself as well.
We interviewed the widow of Renee Tamanda, the customs officer who was one of the COVID-related fatalities. Tragic story, Lillian, as she was telling us her husband is a very healthy guy, a spear fisherman, you know what I mean? Very when talked to us, always moving, always doing things all the time. But the story she told of his battle with COVID, just so tragic because, especially she didn't really get to say goodbye to him.
I know.
Yeah.
That's the heartbreaking part, is, we can't let them, see each other, other than just virtual visitation. And, really it's just to try and protect the spread of infection. And it is sad and it's heartbreaking, and I'm so sorry for the families. But, maybe this is something that we'll just need to revisit and see how we can, at least one family member, the immediate family member, and see how we can accommodate that. But I don't have an answer right now. But definitely, we'll discuss it further and see how we can allow at least the family to say their goodbyes, or to, at least to be with their loved one. So we'll explore that.
I wanted to follow up on the 150 emergency field beds that recently arrived on Guam, and there was a release that 50 of them were designated to go to the Guam Memorial Hospital to augment the surge capacity there. Are you guys using them, or are
What
they
was
in
that?
storage?
The blue medical tents? Is that what you're saying?
Oh no, we got a release from Adaloop about these emergency field beds that arrived.
Field bed.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty.
Yeah, so you guys go ahead.
Just tell us
We
about it.
haven't
Lynn.
gotten them. We haven't gotten those beds, but those have been in discussion. Tomorrow, I will attend the ops briefing with the governor and the rest of the cabinet members who are, part of the COVID response. And so, I'm sure that will be on the agenda to discuss, and we'll find out. But we haven't gotten the field tents, not at this time.
Okay. How I guess now that more businesses are reopening, we're going to start seeing indoor services for masks. How are you guys bracing yourselves, or how concerned are you that we might see, more cases if people aren't careful and if people let their guard
Right.
down?
We are concerned, and just like yesterday, we had 3 admissions, and we're also seeing female individuals, who are pregnant. We're seeing them come in, and so we're accommodating as best as we can, and we are able to accommodate. We have beds available now. We have the infusion of the newest staff individuals with they have COVID experience. There are specialized nurses in ICU, in ER, in telemetry, and hemodialysis, and so we're prepared to receive as they come in.
Lillian, when these patients come in and you do the intake and your staff is talking with them, what are they saying about how they were exposed to the virus?
I don't have that information, but yes, that is part of the assessment when they come into the emergency room. The nurses and the doctors, they try and get as much information with regards to the exposure, so that, our in-house team, infection control and employee health, they do the contact tracing in-house, and they communicate with public health to then also continue the contact tracing in the community. But there are times that individuals, and we've seen it, they say they're not COVID positive, or they say that they don't have it, but then when they're tested, they have it, and they said, "Oh, yeah, I forgot," or something like that. But there are individuals, and for whatever reason, they're afraid. Maybe, I don't know, but we do have some individuals who come in and say that they don't have it. But for the most part, individuals do report that yes, they got tested outside, they got tested at their private clinic, at public health, and yes, they were tested positive on certain days. Some of them are not tested, but we test them when they come into the emergency room. That's a standing protocol.
Right,
Is that whoever comes in, they get tested.
What about the pregnant women? What can you tell us about them? How many? Because you said women.
I was going to get the numbers this morning, but we're seeing quite a bit, probably already a dozen of women that have come through.
Is that's what's the average number?
I didn't get the numbers. I'm
No, I
sorry.
mean
was
that you
gonna
typically
do
that are typically at GMH.
Well, 1 or 2. Yesterday we had 2, I believe, that came in. So they're not in large volumes, but it's noticeable that we are getting women who are pregnant and have positive COVID tests.
Right.
And fortunately, the newborn are, we test the newborn, we categorize them as PYs, and they get tested. And fortunately, the results have come back negative on those newborn.
What kind of challenges in terms of care do these pregnant women present when they're COVID positive and they come to the hospital? Do we have to? Are there different protocols for pregnant women than there are for, let's say, a 30-year-old guy?
30-year-old woman.
Or I mean, just so how is it different when you treat a pregnant woman who's COVID positive?
Not much of a different other than, the medical attention is going to be geared towards more of the pregnancy and the baby. So they monitor them as a typical labor and delivery patient. And, then the doctor, the OBGYN doctor, if there are some internal medicine concerns, they then consult an internal medicine doctor. But for the most part, the focus is on just the laboring and the delivering care that they're here for. If they need to be to have cesarean section, or if they are scheduled for cesarean section, they do get tested also prior to going for surgery.
Is it getting tighter to find space to separate the pregnant COVID patients and the non-COVID pregnant patients, and even the newborns?
No, because again, they're not coming in large numbers. So, knock on wood, they're not coming in. One or two are manageable. And when the baby is born, we do have an area in the nursery to keep the infant isolated. And only certain staff are assigned to care for that. They don't float back and forth with the non-COVID infants. And so just like with the non-COVID L&D patient, specific staff are assigned for the female individual who is pregnant. And we're using one of the rooms in the ICU. It's an isolation room in the ICU. Like I said, it's manageable because it's one or two that come in, not in large volumes. So, for now, it's manageable in terms of, the number of pregnant women who come in.
Right, but for the COVID women that are there, you said there were like 12, right? And do they have to stay there for 14 days, right, after they deliver? I mean, how does that work? No.
They don't have to stay for 14 days. If their conditions are stable enough, they stay maybe 1 or 2 days to be monitored. And if they're not manifesting, respiratory conditions or symptoms, and their postpartum is stable, they get released home with the instructions that they have to isolate at home if they can.
That's got to be
If they
tough.
cannot, they go to the government-sponsored ISOFAC. But for the most part, they get discharged home and to continue the isolation. And they're followed up by public health to ensure that they are keeping themselves, self-isolation. And until they, 14 days, and then they probably get retested to make sure that they're cleared.
What's the protocol if the mother is positive and the baby's negative in terms of the mom leaving the hospital? What happens with the baby? Does it then go to other family members?
Not other family members, but maybe the father.
Right.
And other members can take care of the baby while the mom is isolated and recovering.
Because I know we have a lot of pregnant women on this island on any given day. Has there been a case or any case where the condition of the mother, in terms of the virus, worsened to the point where there had to be an emergency C-section or any acceleration of the delivery?
One individual early on in her pregnancy, and so unfortunately she lost the baby, and so we're still keeping her here in the hospital in isolation. So that's one isolated case that we have.
Can you tell us any more about that?
Not really, other than it's a young woman with her second pregnancy, and so she is COVID positive, and so we are keeping her here and taking care of her, managing her until hopefully she recovers from this infection.
Terrible. Gosh.
Yeah.
Did the baby have COVID?
Did
you say?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Did the baby have COVID too, Lillian, or was it just that the mother's?
Not yet. We're still monitoring her. No, the baby, no.
Okay.
The baby was tested.
The baby
No,
didn't
she
make
hasn't
it.
delivered the baby. She's still in her. Yeah.
Wait, what?
So she lost the baby, but the baby's still inside of the mom.
Yeah, going through the natural process.
Yeah, I thought I asked you that the last time you came on, if there was any instance of well, okay. No,
Just keep her in her prayers.
Right,
Keep all the
right,
patients in
right.
your prayers.
But the mom is fine, right? She's not like
We're monitoring
on a
her.
ventilator or receiving ICU level of care or anything like that, or
She is in an ICU level of care, yes.
So just to go back to the beginning, Lillian, there's a patient at the hospital who is pregnant, who has COVID, in
And lost the
ICU level
baby.
care, lost the baby, but the baby is still inside the womb. Is it her condition that prevents you guys from operating and taking the baby out? And
Well, that's really the decision of the OBGYN doctor that would just, we're monitoring her because of the many medications that she is on. So, they're just making sure. And they want that, it goes through the natural process.
is are there underlying health conditions or comorbidities with this woman?
That I don't think so. She's a young individual. I don't think that she has underlying medical condition.
Well, so definitely we'll pray.
Yes. Pray hard.
Lillian, anything else? Has anyone else passed from the virus since the announcement was made last night that we lost 2?
No, there wasn't any during the night. So, hopefully no more. Just have to pray hard that no more.
Right.
all right. Thanks, Lillian.
Thank you too. And take care. Take care, Guam. Please continue to really try and practice the preventive measures.
Thank you, Lillian.
Stay safe.
It's a serious situation.
Yeah, no.
There's nothing fake about this. There's nothing that nobody, we're not making anything up at all. This is really our reality. And so we just need to continue to fight this battle together from all ends, from all angles.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lillian.
All righty. Thank
God
you.
bless
Take
you.
care.
Wash hands.
Bye.
9:43. It's the Link of the Breeze, 93.9. We'll be right back with more.
Banners, posters.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with a Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAM News, Uno Instagram, or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of 10 pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAM News The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KUAM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save 1 life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Time and space and not allow us to succeed the way that we thought our love life would be. Every time I see that smile on your face, it brings me so much joy in my heart. Yeah, takes me back to the very first time when you said you wanted
Hey, good morning. It's the Link 93.9. Be safe. Be vigilant. Keep your distance. I know it's tough. People are going to do what they're going to do. It doesn't really matter. They can say we're in P-Core 1, whatever. Just mind yourselves and your loved ones and your friends and family, because we're just on the front line of the information here. A lot of it unfiltered. And it's very alarming, especially this morning's show. We've just heard so many things here. Warnings.
It gets harder, right, to contain your emotions when you just get the information, you get the interviews, and you hear these terrible and tragic stories. And then you have to keep it together and pass it on to everybody that's listening and streaming and watching. So you may see us emotional at times on the show.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no doubt. I'm not even... we've been talking about this since containing COVID. Yeah. It's hard to process this. And guess what? If you don't feel some type of way about everything that's going on, then you might have a problem, because it's supposed to get to you if you're human, 9:48, let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room. Sergeant Paul Tapao, the Guam Police Department, standing by. Good morning, Sarge.
Hey, half a day. Good morning, Sabrina, Chris, Jason, and the crew.
How you been?
Thanks again for having me.
How have you been, Paul?
Good. It's like what you guys were saying, about how the island is coping with the losses and everything. We at the Guam Police Department were, received the news of, an LEO who had passed, and again, on behalf of Chief Stephen Ignacio, the men and women of the Guam Police Department, we send our deepest condolences and our thoughts and prayers to the family of Renee Tumanda, and of course to our customs and quarantine officers for their loss. It's always hard when you lose a fellow LEO, and again, this is just heartbreaking and everything, but continue to understand that you have the family, the Guam Police Department, supporting again our law enforcement agencies that are out there, and these are our brothers and sisters in blue. So on behalf of Chief Stephen Ignacio and the men and women, again, our thoughts and prayers go out to the family, and of course to our customs and quarantine brothers and sisters. So we continue to keep each and every individuals in our prayers. So this is something which we all need to work together and of course be a part of.
Right, and being on the front line, it's a risk that you take every single day. And I know GPD, for example, you guys have seen more officers that have tested positive. I've kind of lost count at this point.
So to keep you up to date, we did report on September 22nd that 2 additional officers to contact tracing were identified. They had tested positive. They are assigned again to a specialized unit within the Guam Police Department. They're in recovery. This brings our total up to 13 officers who have tested positive with the COVID-19 virus. We have, I believe, 11 officers have recovered and returned back to service. And in the course of understanding the needs and the health and wellness of each and every GPD personnel, last week Wednesday, we tested 87 GPD personnel. Again, this is a movement that was made by the chief and of course the management of the Guam Police Department in ensuring that we have the capability of providing not just the safety and security to our personnel, but also providing the services to the community. So it's good news that 87 personnel, GPD personnel that tested on Wednesday all came back with negative results. So we continue to work with the needs assessments of each individual with the Guam Police Department, and continue to work with our officers who are still in recovery and providing any assistance that we can. So we're feeling the effects of COVID-19 and how it plays its part, with work and of course the family. So, our management team has really taking the step forward in assuring that each personnel remains safe as they do our daily jobs.
Sarge, with the officers who were COVID positive, whether through contact tracing or your own investigation in the department, for the most part, did most of them get exposed to the virus in like a household setting? Did we have any officers who caught it at work?
You know, again, this is where the HIPAA comes into play. We work closely with, and just identifying the officers that may have been in close contact or may have been exposed. It's really hard to put a finger whether it happened at home or within the line. So, you know, this is where HIPAA comes in, where, you know, it gets the information that's given to us is pretty much, we need these officers. How can we get a hold of them? And we work from there by getting detailed information as to where the exposure may have occurred. We don't have that information, but, you know, again, this is where we work closely with the officers and their family in ensuring that in any way possible, the Guam Police Department can provide any assistance for, you know, their endeavor and of course towards the recovery.
Let's switch gears a little bit here to stupid knucklehead crime. Let's start with that shooting here. What's his name, McCord Jr.?
Yeah, so, you know, again, this was reported on Tuesday, September 29th. Our officers from 2-Month Precinct Command, they entertained a shooting incident that happened on Governor Carlos Camacho Road, and it was a vehicle-to-vehicle incident. Fortunately, the occupants within the vehicle were unharmed, and you know, they provided a great description of the vehicle. We did post it out or provide the media with a description. This case was assumed by our detectives from our Criminal Investigation Division, and you know, with our operators from SWAT, we were able to locate the suspect vehicle within the duration of the investigation, and we were able to obtain that person of interest, the, you know, again, John Anthony McCord Jr. was identified as a viable person of interest. On Wednesday, again, with our detectives and with our SWAT operators, we were able to locate Mr. McCord in a home in the Winning area. He was brought in and he was arrested for the charges related to the shooting incident, which was presented again to the media. So again, you know, this is really the work that is put in with the Guam Police Department in our front line, and of course dealing with COVID and of course all the COVID operation. We continue to provide that safety and security within the community, and you know, it's great that we have our personnel out there to adjust accordingly and move where we needed to deploy them.
Right.
So we were able to bring a swift closure to this case.
Right, Paul, what was the connection between the victim and Mr. McCord? Did they know each other? Was this a random drive-by or was road rage?
No clue, man. I have no clue. He will be magistrated today, so a complete magistrate report will be presented. So from the preliminary investigation, they had no connection whatsoever. So you know, it was just fortunate that the occupants within that vehicle didn't sustain any injuries, and they provided. They aided, you know, the investigation by giving a great description of the vehicle.
Right.
So we were able to locate that in a timely manner.
Sarge, what advice would you give to people who come across a situation like this? Because I just wanted our people to be prepared. Like, I'm thinking if that happened to me, I'm gonna do the ram into the. As soon as I see the hand with the gun out of the car, I mean, what do you do? What do you do? Do you try and like ram them off the road, or how do you protect yourself and your family?
You know, it's really your situational awareness, and again, this is something that, you know, you're not going to think may happen to you, but in the event, it's really maintaining your composure first and foremost. You don't let your emotions get the best of you. Your instincts will kick in. Things will be heightened. Adrenaline is going to definitely become a factor. But paying attention to details is one of the more critical things. And, you know, this is something in which I teach and I practice with my family and my kids. Make, model, color, license plate, any distinctive markings. They're extra eyes, they're extra ears. I'll take care, you know, because I know what I need to do. It's pretty much just provided to the training that's available, and of course to personal experience. If the situation dictates where I may have to engage, I would have to, you would have to look at your options. Self-preservation is always important. If you have means of escaping, then by all means, that should be your first priority. If you can give us the vivid information, we can work from there. But if you're facing a situation that there are no means of escape or evade, that's where you have to evade. And of course, the actions that you take, you should always have a goal mindset that my objective is to stay alive and to continue to, persevere and, provide some sort of information to the proper law enforcement authority.
Yeah.
We definitely don't want you to engage in that, but the best you can to escape and to go into safe area. That's what we recommend.
Right, and there's been a few shootings. I remember I covered the one on Back Road where the pregnant lady was shot. Then there was another guy up the road in Chico. So again, I mean, yeah, good job in bringing swift closure to this case. And what you're saying is key is the victim's description of the vehicle, right? So really want to kind of focus in on that. Like you said, situational awareness. I've been telling that to my kids since they were little. Remember your SA, your situational awareness.
Pay attention to details, man. That's the best thing that you can do.
Right.
But it's really swift actions and coupled with a lot of information that we got from the community. We were able to bring this closure to that. But in regards to the Mangilao shooting, that's still an active case. We still continue to work that, and we still continue to ask the community to provide any information. I think we ran that segment in the crime of the week segment for a duration of a month, so that we can get more information. And the thing that separates this case and that case is that the Tumwini incident happened in a really high populated area. So we had the availability of surveillance cameras that we were able to pull and utilize. And these are things in which the setting in itself aided the investigation versus a rural strip late at night where there's no cameras and it's just dotted by street lamps. It's really, these are things that pose a challenge to our investigators. But again, that case continues to, it's an active case. So rest assured that, any leads that we get, we move forward with that. Hopefully it brings us one step closer to bringing closure to that case.
Right. And community involvement, as you said, is really key in these investigations. And we saw that with the child abuse case down in Telefofo. And I don't know about you, but I'm a little worried when you hear about children going around asking for food and for money, and then you couple that with what's happening with families struggling and the drug problem, epidemic, I want to say, or no, pandemic that we have on this island.
The methdemic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was sad news. A family of 9 kids that had to be really, the custody award had to be awarded to the government. And it's really, when you separate it, your matriarch and your patriarch of the family, that's always been our tabletop discussion at home as a family. It's the importance of the parents play in the upbringing of the kids, because my wife is an educator, and she sees the inner lines too of the importance of the family through education, and of course a child's behavior. But when you have kids that are don't have that or are left to fend for themselves, that's when it becomes a bigger issue. And of course compounded with addiction, and of course the stressors that the community is facing now with unemployment, and of course the COVID-19 situation. Excuse me. These are things in which we as a community have to really take account of. I mean, we've been battling the addiction, the ICE epidemic since ever since. And it's really, when you bring kids into the fray, it becomes an issue now, because we would like, as a whole, as a community, to break that cycle. Like Cynthia Cabot was on, earlier, the cycle of violence continues throughout the family, because it's pretty much an inherited trait that will be passed on to the kids if they continue to be surrounded by that. And again, the same thing with addiction. The cycle of violence or cycle of addiction will continue to persist if it is done, on a daily basis. And this is something in which we work closely with, even though we are a reporting agency, the first line, we do the interdiction. We still work closely with our service providers like the Coalition, Guam Behavior, the Oasis, any NGOs that can provide the assistance. This is where it starts for the family. But you're right, in that 9 kids being taken away from their mom and dad, it's really something.
Terrible. Sergeant, I know that, so when we were talking about the shooting, were you referencing the one that occurred on Back Road where the pregnant woman was shot, or were you referencing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any update or all, if you want to put another call out for additional information in the unsolved murder of Juan Uggan? Because I talk with the family a lot, and when we were talking about shooting, that just popped in my head that I got you here. Have we had any development?
So I was referencing the Back Road, the Route 15 Pocket shooting incident.
Right.
Again, like previously mentioned, that's not a cold case, and we're going to continue to reiterate that. We continue to work, and of course, this was a homicide that happened in the latter part of the year, and it's unfortunate that it happened during the holiday season and everything. But there are people out there who have information. There are people out there who know what really happened, and this is where we reach out. And this is why, as I've illustrated to the segments of the Guam Crime Stoppers program, and of course the Crime Time, that one element, that one ingredient, or the one piece that's missing, it's that critical piece of information that is needed to bring closure. And I continue to follow up on a weekly basis with our cases that are still, still there. And, through the command staff meeting, the chief had assured the respective divisions that handle our CID that, let's continue to work this case. This case continues to still remain open. So the beautiful, the thing that people ask, whether this is going to be now classified as a cold case, or are we going to continue to keep this an active case? When that case is active, we continue to still work the leads, and we can continue to still reach out to the community for any other information that can bring closure. We have, there were months where we actually had a hot lead, and only to come up to where we, it brings us back. But these are things in which we still need as an investigatory agency to bring closure to this case. But with the Juan Uggan incident, we continue to work with the respective, community, and of course, any individuals that may have information. Again, and this is where we ask the family members, this is where we ask close associates, we know something happened, and there's people there's members of the community who understand and know that, how can I better, provide this service? Use the Crime Stoppers. If you feel that your life is in jeopardy, or you don't even, you don't want to provide any information of your identity, we protect that. You remain completely anonymous. So again, we reach out to the community for this case.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Paul, should we expect anything else with the DOC investigation coming down? Or is that pretty much closed?
That's pretty much now in the hands of the AG's office. Mm-hmm. We were able to, there was 2 cases that were separate. One was the contraband, the crystal methamphetamine, and of course the DOC guard, and of course the separate case was the prohibited contraband, which was, Major Anton had alluded to, was Copenhagen or tobacco products. But with the major contraband, we were able to, I think, net 4 arrests from that, to include inmate that was incarcerated in the Department of Correction, to extended family members, and of course associates with this incident. So I think we netted 4 arrests, or 3 arrests, after the initial arrest of the DOC officer.
What about the Santos, or the other, the one who was trying to bring in the Copenhagen?
So the question was asked about the difference between that. Now we reached out. I spoke to our investigator regarding this case. Again, Major Anton had alluded to the personal protection with its employees. Now, he did mention during his interview that, this is something in which he had tobacco products and everything, and whether it was used to distribute to the inmates, we reached out to the AG's office. We provided information about where we were with the case, and we moved forward, as the officers who made the arrest with a proper book and release. Now, it's pretty much public record becomes, information becomes public record once we have book and confinement, and of course the individuals become, their rights to be magistrated. So now they become public record. When somebody becomes book and release, it's pretty much a summons to appear and issued a citation, or that summons to appear at a later date. So I believe the date was set to be a year from now.
That's
so
nice.
that's where it pretty much. But we did make an arrest for promoting prison contraband.
So you guys did your part. You guys did your part, and we just had a major shakedown with all of these DOC officers who all got off because of the incompetence of the Attorney General's office. And now we have another officer, one who brought in meth allegedly, who's being routed through the system. But it sounds like the other guy who was smuggling in the chewing tobacco, and I'm just assuming that we know that this officer worked at the prison, was there at the time that there was the sting and all those Limo and all those guys went down. But nothing's happening to him. Not a slap on the wrist, not an official misconduct, just book and release and get back in there. So you guys did your part, it sounds like.
Well, again, the totality of the circumstances that netted the arrest and everything will dictate, of course, the arrest procedures. Now, you still got to understand it's an administrative investigation that Major Antoine had indicated. So there should, they find, separate and apart from the criminal investigation, that's incumbent upon the Department of Correction. But again, we did consult with the AG's office regarding that officer that was caught with possession of tobacco product. The intent, we still have to determine the intent and, of course, the full totality of what had transpired.
Thank you, Sarge.
So based on that full totality and the investigation, I mean, come on. This is like this first time bringing in something.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty much like, prohibited tobacco products in the school campus and everything where, it's not permitted, but, you do it outside of home or outside of work, it's your habit and everything. So you can purchase that and stuff versus, and these are the things in which we had to weigh out and look at.
Did y'all ever look into how cell phones are getting into DOC? I mean, anyway.
So maybe we can pin it and see where it comes
Anyway.
from.
Right on. We'll get Major Anton on Monday.
That's we've seen as sophisticated as drones flying over and everything, and I believe it was the last legislature that made it against the law for the airspace within government buildings and government restricted areas. So that was a major case I think 2 years ago where they were utilizing drones within flying overhead. So these make some of the things, and it's there. We continue to still work that, and we've seen some of the sophisticated ways in which contraband is being smuggled in.
Did you give us an update on that crash back road? The three-car?
I'm still reaching out. I'm still reaching out to the personnel. We do know it's a 3-auto crash with injuries. It's not a fatality, so that's the good thing. So,
was
again,
highway activated or no?
No,
Okay,
no, it was
so it
handled by
wasn't
the Central Precinct Command.
Okay.
All right, Sarge. Thank you, Sarge.
Right. You guys stay safe, man. Be
You
safe
too.
out there.
Wash your hands. Be safe.
Yep. Continue to stay positive, and other than wash your hands.
Yep. Stay positive, but not COVID positive. Got you, Sarge.
Absolutely.
Be safe.
Stay safe.
That's that. Okay.
Take care.
10:10. I'm just disappointed. We have to hold law enforcement to a higher standard. I mean, if we had to clean house at the prison because guards are bringing in contraband, and they all got off with what's less than a slap on the wrist? Not even a slap on a tealic on the ear, maybe.
And you heard it from Anton, man. He's
Pissed.
just so frustrated because it makes everybody else looks bad.
Yep. And what is the message? Like, yeah, go ahead and bring in the contraband, and you're gonna get book and release. It's 10:11. Good job today, Sabrina.
Good job, Chris.
I mean, tough show, and we'll be back at it again with the link on the Breeze 93.9. Miss a link, miss a lot, but you can
Right.
check it out. We put all the interviews from the show onto the KUAM News YouTube channel, and tomorrow again we'll have a big full show for you guys. My name is Chris for Joe Sir.
Right. Before we go, though, I wanted to wish a very happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Shanta Merlo.
Happy birthday to you.
There you go, Joe Sir.
Sweet 16.
Solid 16 of it's a boy. That's how we.
Solid 16. Okay.
Yeah. So happy birthday, Sean Termulo.
Termulo.
Coming from your
How have we been
KUAM
working
family.
together? Oh, my gosh.
I just call him Joe Sir. Happy birthday, Sean Sir.
There you go.
There you go. All right. Hey, the show's brought to you by Carrier. Thank you for jumping on Carrier, Cabo Enterprises, and IT&E. We got your 6 of the KUM News primetime show, of course, for Joe Sir, Jason Solis, Kengineer, and our boys in Master Control.
Thanks for watching, streaming, listening. Bye.
All right. She's Sabrina. My name is Chris. You guys be safe out there. It's a little bit wet.
Don't forget, take a picture with your Pepsi product, win pizza. We're giving away pizza starting next week.
There you go. And it's The Breeze where your go-to jam is coming up. I got some Cure on the way and Boys to Men. That sounds great. So does this. Zach Lujan. In it Fresi. Guasi Chris. Está. Adios.